Okay, I believe we're live. If you're in the chat, feel free to say hi. I know we've got Crazy for a Day in the chat, giving a few ideas for the stream. We also have coffee sticks from That Kind of Artistic Kid in the background. But yeah. How many do we have in the chat so far? Probably 2, but we shall give it a go. Looks like the whole landscape has won, so we will end that and we'll do a landscape illustration. And we'll just start by mapping out forearms in a pose where we can kind of bring him to life as a kaiju. And we'll take it from there. If you've got any questions or anything, then feel free to just fire them away and I'll answer them when I get a chance to. A few hellos. So we've got Crazy for a Day saying they're doing good. Robotic Artist 27. A Wild Me has appeared. Dark Lord Space Castle says howdy. Howdy to you. Ben says, was it That Kind of Artistic Kid's hand in the Venomized live stream Go for Dude's idea? It was Go for Dude, Venomized, Toothless, and a few others to do that severed hand by the end of it. So, yeah, quite a few. Robotic Artist 27 says, how are you today? I'm good. I'm glad it's a Friday and looking forward to doing a bit of drawing on the channel, a bit of a stream, and getting things ready for Monday's video that's in production. Also say hi to That Kind of Artistic Kid. And yeah, it was Go for Dude's idea about the severed hand. And on that note, I think we should start planning out how we're going to pose this character. Since it's a landscape, I kind of want a dynamic pose. Oh, hello there, Venomized Toothless. I'm doing good. How are you? Also, Stella Kitsu. I burst out from the ground. Hello, Peter. Hello. Ben says, can't wait to see the narrators. Yes, the next narrator one's dropping tomorrow evening, so it's probably going to be around about the normal times of the videos. It's a really super short one, but it was so much fun to do, and it's got a little surprise at the end. Right, let's start bringing this kind of like forearm sketch to life. I'm going to probably look over here at my reference images. I've got a couple kaiju pictures and a reference of forearms in a basically the dynamic pose that we've got below me on the stream. I think that'll be quite a good starting point with like an open mouth pose and kind of just take this kind of design that we've got and kind of like just make it stand out and work really. How's everyone's December going so far? Are you everybody jumped into everyone jumped into the whole advent calendars or started getting into the Christmassy spirit? Right, it's got that very distinct bit here which I want to keep for in his head. Let's have a look at how that goes a bit more. Okay, the eyebrows do come across it a bit. Robotic Artist says it's far too cold in the beginning. Yes, it is very cold at the moment. I've noticed the temperature change today quite a bit as well. I think the thing with a kaiju is to make sure you have the kind of like the extra details on the elements that you've got for it. So even though we're going to keep most of the body and proportions and that the same to a degree as forearms, we're going to have a few extra bits added in there which will turn out quite nicely. Venomized Toothless says, I've always had a problem posing four-armed characters, mostly because I don't know what to do with the extra arms. I've had that trouble before as well. I think when you're kind of like planning them out, draw a character normally and then draw a second with the shoulders, and sort of like there's 2 circles for the top of the shoulders, and then draw another 2 where you want the arms to be, whether it's on the back at an angle or underneath them, and then start the pose from there on the body. That's probably the best advice I could give. But yeah, it is very difficult to pose the characters. And Ruben's World says hi, welcome to the stream. Stella says, I think the landscape for this kaiju should be a mountain range. Possibly. I'm going to have a... Once we've got the body in, we've kind of like sorted this out a fair bit, then I'm going to have it kind of come in with the design. I think the other thing with the kaiju design also is the detail that we've got on kind of like the eyes. I want to give him... I need to think of how I'm going to do the actual major details on the eyes as well, but they kind of have a interesting design. I also want to add something like an extra feature to the face, but tie it in properly if I can do. Just need to figure how. I mean, we only see a set of eyes on this side really, and probably the potential for another set underneath. I guess the main trick for this one is getting those extra eyes in a way that it's going to be somewhat believable. I say believable, it's a made up monster kaiju design, so it doesn't have to be super believable, but kind of want it to work. But Nice Toothless says, can we make him a free jaws? What, like free jaws, or free like a triple draw piece that opens? Or are we talking about free jaws as in just free actual jaws on his face? Ben says, having a small head, eyes and teeth make a kaiju be bigger. It does, but we will see what happens on that one. Robotic Artist says, maybe it should be in a city and throwing a cat. That's going to be a pretty big cat for the kaiju to throw it, or it's going to be a really tiny dot on the screen going across. Possibly. Oh, no, he has. Robotic Artist corrected to car. Okay, that makes more sense. Crazy for Day says, I don't know why, but a kaiju forearms make me think King Kong. Yeah, kind of. That kind of artistic kid says a spider kaiju. That spider monkey is a kaiju. We could do that alien for a spider one. Then my Toothless says triple jawed. Optiprimal YouTube says, or Optiprimal YT says hello, welcome to the stream. Alright, let's continue with working this out a bit. I think we'll probably have to keep this pattern going in, but I want to change it to be a bit more. At this point, I kind of want to change it to be a bit more kaiju-esque in design for the pattern that's coming across the head a little bit. I know the kaijus tend to have this weird, almost like a blood formed pattern going through their through them to a degree. Justin says, hi Dempsey. Hi Justin, welcome to the stream. He also suggests a feral expression for forearms. And Robotic Artist 27 says, forearms always gave me a sort of ant vibe, so why not something ant-like? Possibly. And Crazy for a Day says, some kaiju seem tribal, maybe make the stripes tribal-esque markings. Possibly. I do like tribal design, so I was kind of thinking we might have some fun with that. Not sure we're going to do a triple jaw though. I think though for the mouth I want to kind of base it on one of those kaiju with lots of teeth. Let's get a reference picture for the teeth. They all kind of have quite nasty looking teeth on it at some point, so we'll see how that goes. Welcome Jericho, I've just returned for the stream. I think he'd make a good xenomorph. Ah, Ben 10 xenomorphs. That could be a series on the channel. I'm not sold on these teeth at the moment, but I am penciling some super sharpish teeth to figure this out in this penciling stage. I'm trying to think how we can make him triple jawed, to be honest. His head normally comes round here and down. Yeah, maybe like a shark. The jaws are kind of like rows of teeth at the moment. It's kind of like more shark-like here. I see what you mean, Venomized Toothless. Jericho asks, can I do a Xenomorph episode? Yes, at some point next year I plan to. I've got Alien Isolation to go through a bit to get me into the mindset for a Xenomorph proper episode. I also want to do some with the facehuggers as well to make them quite interesting in it. But I do have one planned. It might be a fusion, it might be a genre swap, but there's definitely one in the future on my list of things to do. Robotic Artist goes, oh, now I see what you're doing. Yeah, I'll let you know a trade secret. I don't know what I'm doing going into this. We're just going to design it as we go and see what happens, and we'll go with whatever looks good. For the elements here, kind of working in this one to just see how it will actually fit together. Yeah, we'll just see what happens with it as we go along. Right, so this place is quite cool. We've got this bit here because it's quite bulky. We're going to have quite a fair bit of muscular structure, but I also want to add a fair bit of detail to this to make it look a bit more kaiju-like on some elements, because it's going to be a bit rough. I also want to add something to his head. I think he needs something else on his head. Maybe we should add one of those kaiju-like axes to the head. So as it comes up, his kind of like design maybe comes into a bit of a split. And we've got one of these yeah, I need to move that down and shrink that slightly for this bit. We've got one of those kind of you know those axe-like bonehead yeah, bonehead axe head kaijus that you've got from Pacific Rim, the kind of anybody got like a Kaiju Zoidberg feeling from Futurama here with like the frill on the top of the head? Because it's kind of looking like that. It probably will look better when it's completely done, but at the moment it kind of got that feel to it. Hello Galhound19, welcome to the stream, and I'm glad you think it's looking really cool. Galhound19 wants to see him fight a giant robot or something. We'll see what happens with that one. Not sure what the background is yet. We're going to have the main focus of the kaiju, kind of like on the Ripjaws Kaiju, which I've got in the corner for a bit of inspiration for what we're doing.
You should do Burning City.
Quite a few suggestions. We've got a burning city from that kind of artistic kid. Justin goes, the back guy's just Kevin throwing his car. That would be quite funny. We'll see what happens with the background as we go along. There's quite a few suggestions in there. Kind of give the feel of it kind of being part of the actual head and the structure being I quite like that for the head design so far. Have that for the head, and we'll start looking at the rest of the body. So, general pose is going to have a, from our reference image, it's going to have kind of an arm that takes up quite a fair bit of space. Another part here. Got the rest of his arm coming there, so I might need to shrink that a little bit. Just want to pencil in the proportions because the reference image I've got is quite a dynamic pose for forearms and it works really well. I might make him throw something. Oh, I have a question. Galahound19 says, "Hey Dempsey, who is the best cartoon dad? Homer Simpson, Peter Griffin, or Stan Smith?" The best in terms of actually parenting is probably going to be Homer. I would say he actually gets more involved than the others. The best for comedic value is going to be Peter Griffin, and the best for just not caring about his family in any way, shape or form, Stan Smith, because he's always going on missions with Roger and stuff, or he never seems to be happy with Steve, never likes Haley, and it just all goes to pot. So yeah, I think that's the order I'd put them in. However, that was a good question, and they are all three very good shows that I watch. Uh-oh, here we go. Galahan19 says, "Now Des, you said you were going to be doing more kaiju videos. Will you be also doing a kaiju narrator?" Yes. We will have a character that's either a kaiju or a Jaeger narrator on that one. But it may not be in the first episode or two. It may need adding to the mix. I do want to have something distinct for them. I'm not sure if I'll be able to get my voice distinct enough, but I might be able to get a personality in the voice, whether they speak really fast or really slow, or they speak a bit like a British politician or something, just to, you know, I kind of like the idea of like this, just maybe it's a Jaeger narrator, maybe it's a mechanic that works on the Jaegers and studies the kaiju and kind of likes it, and it's kind of super engrossed and enthusiastic and talks really fast with enthusiasm, and they go for it. But I'm hoping to make it clear as well, so that'll take some time and practice. Need to find a voice to meet the personality once I decide if it's a Jaeger pilot, a kaiju expert, or just a mechanic who sees the ins and outs and gets all the gossip in between that. Should be quite cool. Godly Reputation. Hello and welcome to the stream. As a kaiju, make sure he has a decent origin. Maybe make one. They also say, tell one now. Tell one now. No, it's not easy to come up with a background, but maybe this kaiju is from the Tetramand homeworld, and it's the more that this species of kaiju actually battles, and the more it defeats an opponent, and let's just say eats their remains, maybe it grows in size and its strength gets larger and larger along with the strength growing, and the more it does, and then the origin story is it kind of develops into a more of a sentient, sort of like more of an intelligent sentience, and then builds up from there. But I'm just throwing this together. Coming up with a lore or something for one is a little bit more tricky. Maybe you guys in the chat have some ideas for this one. Help me out. No, it could be quite interesting to have something like that. It just depends, really. But being a kaiju, yeah, it does need to get a kind of origin story in a sense, but it also needs to be good enough for what we're doing on here. Right, so that's going to come down here. Let's focus a bit more on this arm. The second arm, because that kind of just comes out underneath it a little bit in the reference image here. Well, I'm not sure that's the right approach for it, really. Once I've got the basic elements of forearms in, as I say, for the body, I will turn it into a more kaiju-esque creature. I've got a few ideas on how to do that. There are some forearm kaijus, or one or two, so it could be quite interesting to see what we can do with that. I like that. Justin goes, Dempsey just basically described Humongousaur's powers that the writers forgot he had. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, he can just grow larger, but I think this one is more, he'll grow, they grow in size and they can't shrink back down. The more they battle and the more they fight, the more they grow. I think that's probably going to be a much more fitting one for this from a kaiju. Galahad19 has a really good idea I've just seen. So for the next Ben 10 kaiju kind of episode, how about I do Kevin 11 as a kaiju or a dragon or something, which would be quite cool. What I might have to do is Kevin 11 as a hybrid of two different alien species into one, because I know from the original series he kind of had the power to absorb and got a little bit too carried away with the Omnitrix from greed when he was younger, and that's what gave him that weird amalgamated form of the original 10 aliens. So it'd be quite interesting to create a kaiju amalgamation, really. Right, that's just the basics for that bit. I will turn these hands more kaiju-like over time. Oop, wrong selection. That's bad. I think that arm needs to be a bit smaller. Sam Curley says, hi, welcome to the stream. Hope you're liking how this kind of like kaiju design's coming out. At the moment, I'm working on the main pose, and I'm going to build it up from there. And then, yeah, I'm just using a reference pose to get a rough idea of this kaiju and its weighted proportions. quite like the reference picture I've got below, but I'm going to move the arm slightly. I want to have something more interesting than what he's got there. Also have to shrink what I've got here because it's running down a bit. So we've got the arm here, it's quite large, and then goes to a little bit here where the arm comes this way. I think it kinda. Yeah, that's it. It kind of comes round like this for the bits on the arm. It comes back up into the hand is. But I think what I want to do is make this hand kind of like that. So I kind of want it to have that effect. He only has 4 fingers in each hand though, so I kind of want what he's got there on the bottom hand really in design, but just flip the design around a bit. This is probably not looking right in this bit. Hands are super difficult to draw in the pose that you want. So we go for the top one here, is kind of this way around, and the next one down would be here, and then the last bottom one kind of comes out a little bit before it comes back round. And then the hand would come back more this way. This would probably look a bit more like this in design. I like the idea he's charging at something, or he's catching or blocking something, showing a bit of a battle. That thumbs down, yeah, kind of does look a bit like it's thumbs down. Justin says, does Ben shout the name still, or does he just do screams for the kaiju juice? He probably streams. The robotic artist says, I made a proposal go up a bit. Oh, for the plot. Okay, hang on. Let's hear it then. Robotic artist says, it started when alien device did what it did and stuck itself to our planet with secrets that it hid. And now the kaiju will undo everything that we did. We are screwed, so that's my proposal. Fair enough. Kind of want it to be... I need to bring it in that way a bit more. Just shift this a little bit. Yeah, that kind of looks a bit better for the left hand. This one here is pretty much coming out that side bit there. This design comes out that way. I will probably tweak this bottom arm. I know he's in a leaning forwards pose on the reference image for the balance, but I kind of want to do something with this one a little bit more interesting.
You could have the two fists against each other, like that's a punch or something.
Possibly. I am.
That one's ready and
Kind of got a second rib cage under here, hasn't he? Followed by. Appears to be the leg. Being a kaiju, we've got to give it a tail. Got to have a tail on the kaiju. A few other bits. Let's get a drink a second, guys. Right, let's have a look at this for the bottom pose, because the leg kind of looks weird in this one from where it's been done. They've kind of gone with a stretched out pose like this. Oh, he's got that double kind of feet thing here, hasn't he, for his foot design. Let's have a look at the foot bit here. Yes. That's the basic design for him. So let's kaiju this up a little bit. I know he's got a design that goes down the front here, like the whole Ben 10 t-shirt. We do need to keep the Omnitrix in the top corner of his arm, because that's where it kind of sits, and all these kaiju forms will keep their Omnitrix designs. It's just natural on how it should go and sit, really, which would be quite good. In fact, a question for you guys: what's your favourite Ben 10 alien and why? Let me know in the chat. And then I'll reveal my favourite Ben 10 alien out of the original 10. But if you've got one that's not in the 10, then let us know which one. I've got one in the 10 and one out of the 10. Justin says Alien X. That's quite a cool character choice. It's also one that's a bit of a controversial one, because all the three kind of like entities have to be in alignment, I believe. That's the one I think it is. So it could be rather interesting. Kind of want to give him some on the back too. What have we got that we can do on the back of the character? Oh, I like the idea of like a kind of like a spiked back design or something, where you've got a almost like a beetle type bug, because I know these kaijus are based on like animals, so it might be quite cool to have this huge back type of design. It's got a few spikes. Hey look, he kind of looks like a Ninja Turtle with spikes. Possibly. Galhan19 asks, hey Dempsey, may I ask when you are intending to do I assume that's supposed to be another D&D episode. I have one planned out. It's probably going to be the other side of Christmas, start of the new year, possibly one of my first episodes in the new year. It's going to be a Nexon D&D episode, and there's a couple of monster designs which will be quite interesting for that. So I've got the monsters selected, I've got who's doing the narration, I've just got to actually finish off the lore and draw it. I'm working on about 3 or 4 stories at the moment for this side of Christmas, so it's going to be quite interesting. That kind of artistic kid suggests, what if you swap the colours so the black is the red and the red is the white and the white is the black? Maybe. We'll see what happens when we go to do that bit. Crazy for a Day says, in the original... Sorry. It's a bit... It is sort of like 20 to 11 in the evening over here, but Crazy for a Day says, original series is Ben Wolf or Upgrade. They're 2 quite cool designs. Justin says the second favourite alien is Vampire. Galahound 19 has to be a chromastone. You like his absorbent energy, pretty cool. Yeah, I also like the fact that they could bring him back after he kind of got killed off, which is quite nice. That kind of artistic kid says probably Ripjaws or Accelerate because their designs look awesome. Yes, they are really cool. Robotic artist, gotta go with Ghost Freak for in the original 10, and out of the 10 it's Raph. Ah, they're quite cool designs as well. Money Fishman says, hi Dempsey. Hi Money, how you doing? Did you get any luck in the end or not? And if not, then we'll see what we can kind of figure out for the next stream Koi does. Justin says, Chromastone dies too much, plus he's Space Jesus, possibly. Hey Koi, I am here AFK though, doing family stuff. No, that's cool. Thank you for joining the stream and having it on. And yeah, we all have a bit of a fun with this design once we do a bit more. Galahound suggests, hey, how about putting Hollow Knight into your ever-expanding D&D universe? I do need to do something with Hollow Knight, so potentially, yes. I've got another idea for Hollow Knight, which could be quite interesting. Although a bit of an obvious one for Hollow Knight would be turning them into like Bleach characters or Bleach Hollows, but that's a bit too obvious, so we'll come up with a better idea than that, I think. Money Fishman says, no one sent more gifts. Well, we'll see what we can do on Thursday next week when Koya streams. See if we can get you that gifted membership if you're lucky. I don't know how memberships work, but yeah. Keep trying. We'll get there in the end. It just says he brought Tetrax's planet back to life. Yeah, he did. He is kind of like a bit of an overpowered character, that one. Right, let's have a look at these arms, because I want to do something even more interesting with these bits. I kind of like the idea of them being proper. Designed elements that kind of come out. Of course, this is one muscular kaiju as well, so when we're working on this one in a minute, it's gonna kind of get we're gonna have to add a couple like vein designs for it as well. I want to emphasize kind of like the whole bulkiness element of it. Wait, what? Money Fishman says I posted a kind of random speed run and it blew up. It's very close to beat your most viewed video. My channel only had 30 subs. How many views did you get? That's insane. That's awesome, but that's insane. Justin says, can the
18K.
next kaiju beat Diamond Head? Wait, he got 18k.
18K.
Money Fishman, what?
Fall Guys, Time Attack, Style, Lily, Leapers, 8.42 speedrun. 10 days ago, 18k views.
Money Fishman, share the secret.
Fall Guys.
Robotic Artist says, I had an idea for an SCP, if you want to hear that is. Also, no such things as too many spikes. Well, there is, but ignore that. Yeah, no. Ideas are great. If you whack them in the chat or whack them in the comments afterwards, I can get them and add them to my ever-expanding list of ideas. And I need a few SCP ideas. I've got potentially Digimon as SCPs as a kind of similar series to the Pokemon SCPs that Popcross did, but I wanted to do a different genre. But I've also got a few other ideas I want to do. I have got one with Pokemon and SCPs and a third thing, so it's kind of like a triple fusion episode in my head. And that suggestion is thanks to that kind of artistic kid. I'm not spoiling what the suggestion is, but you'll remember it. It's something to do with SCPs, Pokemon, and a third option. Yeah, I've got to do that at some point. That might be after Christmas, but that should hopefully go down well. Cookish Gaming says, looks great so far, man. Thanks, I appreciate that. Koi says, I keep telling him to take it serious. Koi, if Money took it seriously, he's gonna literally just, yeah, he's gonna have to drag us along for the ride, because 18k on a video is just absolutely in 10 days is absolutely insane.
I only get about 50.
Money Fisherman says it's gone down to like 15 to 40 views per hour, but that's still a Money.
I get 0 an hour.
Money. My views kind of don't get more than like, I think my most has been 17 or 20 an hour, and that was when I had a shout out. On average, I get about between 4 and maybe 11 if I'm lucky views per hour. So I don't know what you did, but damn. Is that your is that lily pad one, like the drum pads that you bounce on that I saw before? Because if it is that one, that was absolutely insane. So no wonder that one blew up. Koi, I agree. He can completely just blow it up. And that. Money Fishman, I think you found your YouTube skills there. Speed runs on Fall Guys and stuff. It's very cool. And Robotic Artist says, you could definitely do Undertale in an SCP. It's a story of a mountain where you climb it, you go missing. Totally up the Foundation's alley. Yeah, actually that would be quite a cool one. I'd have to draw a mountain though, but that would be quite an interesting one. I do have some more Dragon episodes planned as well coming up. I do want to do a part 2 to the anime dragons. The one that I did where Aaron Folds met someone in the bar telling him about the dragons of this kind of universe, which would be quite cool. Well, I say universe, this extra kingdom that's being discovered in his own universe. Because I think that would be quite an awesome concept design. Alright, I know he's got those bits going here, so I kind of want to add the tribalish pattern going through his entire arm.
Money Fishman says, the only bad thing about the vid is Koi.
Money Fishman, I've got no idea what you're saying about that, but the only bad thing about the video is Koi. Oh.
Oh, Koi. Watch out.
Crazy for a Day says, I don't know if it's fitting to say this, but I drew a Kaiju Fourarms headshot and put it in the Working On It channel in the Discord. Did you? I will have to check that out after the stream because that'll be quite cool. I don't have Discord linked up to this bit to show it, but I am thinking of potentially taking some of the artwork of the Discord at some point and doing something with it, if everyone's cool with that. It's not going to be an actual planned video. I'm just going to maybe just go on the Discord server, find a few things I like, and just go, yeah, I thought I might just redraw some of the Discord members' artwork that they've put on various channels on the server, and here we go. But no, if you've done a kaiju design, that's awesome.
It's a little doodle of Dr. Toasty's own take on the concept that they're doing.
Justin says, then turns into these kaiju because chili fries and smoothies were discontinued in his universe. Oh, Albedo's kaijus. Yeah, I do need to do some of them. I do want to do some of the or Ben, whichever one you're doing. I do want to do some of the I do want to do some of Albedo's kind of like the Nematrix he made, like the predator forms of the kaijus that we've got. And if I do them right for each one of these, I could potentially then create a final illustration of them battling each other, which would be quite cool. So yeah, that would be a cool one. Melly Fishman says, the vid's kind of weird because the first 2 days it got 400 views. In the first 50 days it's got... and then 3 days it got 7,500. Oh, sorry, I do apologise. Oh yeah, no, that's it. He's got the... yeah, so... The Hunter guy's got the Omnitrix, which does the Predators, and Albedo's got the one that's linked to Ben's, where he's stuck in human form with that craving. Yeah, you're right, he is that one. I remember now that you said that. It's quite cool. Money, you just... I don't know, you just hit the magic on that one by the sounds of things. It just came together so nicely for you. It's just insane. But yeah, I'd love to see... Well, how long is that one? Is it just like a... It's less than a minute with that many views. 18k. That's really insane. Did you put it on the short shelf? Or did you put it on... Because it doesn't matter if it's on the short shelf, but that's still insanely brilliant. My highest shorts only had 4k views, and that was that dog wiggling as it went along. It's not even short. Money Fishman, you're putting this on. I don't know. We'll find that out at another point. Just my channel and a normal video, he says. That's insane, Money. That's absolutely brilliant. My hat's off to you on that one. That is absolutely insanely brilliant. I think because Kaijus are more reptile-like, I think I want to give him almost a... Oh, I can tell I've been drawing dinosaurs lately. Just looking at the way I've just easily whacked out a reptile-type pattern on his arm to go down, it's just, yeah. Oh yeah, if those of you who've joined and want to know more about the narrators, I've already drawn Nexum on the channel, which is quite cool, but the next one, which from the teaser everybody knows is Dino Claw, is coming out tomorrow night, which would be quite a cool one to watch. I highly recommend it. It's a short video, it's not long, but it's basically going to be just showing what I think Dino Claw looks like, and you'll see where I've got influences from the character design. Venomized Toothless says, sorry, I'm back from Popcross. Yes, it's his community redraw today, and he's doing Kate Kills Claws, isn't he? How long is that one today? Because they're normally about 40 minutes long, so I'm assuming that it's quite a long one that he's dropped down. Right. this hand, I kind of want to... make it more interesting. Yeah, I know I've got to ink this so we get cleaner lines, but just for this bit here, I kind of want to make this more like a cross between the lizard and something else. Koifish Gaming says, I think Moneyfishman has the itch for it now. He is watching his analytics like a hawk. Yeah, I've got to say, I've been doing that too. I've delved into my analytics a little bit to track things, to keep on target with goals, take it a bit more seriously. Which is why I'm going to be doubling down on lives this side of Christmas. One, to give everybody something that I can guarantee to give out on the in case work gets a bit manic this time of year, and two, so that I can, you know, chat with you guys and we can have these interactions, which are quite fun. So I will be doing a couple bonus live streams on a Wednesday over the next couple of weeks, and as I said in the community post, I have a couple of I've got a couple of bonus videos, whether they're short mini clips or just some of the older live streams being turned into speedrun, or speed paint videos, for those that, you know, don't like watching live streams that often. And Matthew says, hello Dempsey. Hello Matthew, welcome to the stream again. Justin says, all Nexon wants for Christmas is to rebuild the Power Rangers Megazord. I think what he wants to do is kidnap Charlie from Popcross and use it to power the Power Ranger Megazord, so it's like a Bio Megazord, and it can have quite a few new designs. But yeah, he would like that. I could kind of see him like Rick from Rick and Morty, where he's got drones and they turn into like a mini Voltron or Megazord, and he's like, nah, no one's having them, they're mine, because they're cool, and then it gets a little sword or something, which is quite cool. Robotic Artist said, the idea of Kaiju Heat Blast as Adjust the Sun sounds funny to me. Yeah, he could just be like a space Kaiju, and we can have him where he's pretty much just going through space, and he's curled up asleep as like looking like the sun on a solar system, and when he wakes up it's like the sun going nova or something. The story would be quite cool. That artistic kid says, you mean Mecha Sword? Yeah, probably. Justin goes, no, that's literally how they say it and spell it in Power Rangers. Yeah, Justin, he's doing a joke because Nexon builds mech armors, so it's a Mecha Sword. But yeah. And it looks like Moneyfishman has got the itch watching it. I've had that before. Just something goes slightly viral or something, or kicks off, and you're like, oh my god, and you just on your phone or something refreshing it when you should be doing something else, which is yeah, it is very addictive. But also I think the key take that you have to do, and the same thing as Coin salespeople, and you know, whenever we jump on the VidIQ stuff or something, if we jump on their streams, you just don't compare yourself to other people. Or don't compare your last epic video to your next video, because otherwise you'll get into this, you can get into a kind of like the wrong mindset to make things work. And that's saying though, Moneyfishman, if you've managed to repeat that, you've got yourself a winning formula for your channel. So I'd love to see what your next speedrun's going to be.
They've posted tons more.
Crazy for a Day says, way big kaiju is just Galactus. Yeah, it kind of would be. It'd just be insane. I kind of think for way big, maybe I should make a tiny kaiju. And then Grey Matter can be a big kaiju and just reverse that around. Right, I need to add these bits in. To here. I also want to add a bit more. Because I know we've got the kind of like scaled armory bits, but I kind of just want to add a bit more of a because they'll start to disappear by the time we get around to this side. In fact, they're probably disappearing a bit before that. So on this bit here, you might just see a tiny bit here, and then there, and that's it gone. These spikes are going to have to be definitely be smaller because they're not going to work otherwise with the whole arm design. And then one larger spike at the back because obviously you want to have something quite cool. Quite interesting taking a design someone's done and just creating an really crazy version to it. It's nice, but it's quite weird. I still think he needs a tail or something. I haven't gotten that far yet, but I basically just need to add something to make it stand out a bit.
Makes the end of the tail have its face.
Yeah, it'd be 5 arms. Obviously.
No, it's just stuck as a fist.
I kind of want to do something different with his arms that are at the front, but what can I do with it? Because I don't want it to be just like a... So that's kind of quite a cool design, but I want to turn this into something a little bit more interesting. Add a bit more of the wavy type skin to this design to make it stand out a bit. Maybe we should come back to the neck bit here and just add more of the details on this, because I kind of feel the neck's going to have like this tattoo bit going around it. Kaiju chests are kind of quite sturdy, so maybe we bring a actual proper ribcage design into this. And that's going to have quite a tighter design underneath. And kind of like a third section underneath that, don't we, that comes down. Almost like armoured plating, like a dragon or something, maybe? That tattoo type design going down most of it. Tell you what, I think I might need to be cheeky and put the reference image somewhere where I'm not working, where you guys can see the overall picture of what's happening. As I work on it, you can kind of see a bit more of the overall picture. It might actually help me a little bit as well with this design. Has anybody had snow yet? I know some places in the world may be more prone to it than others. Koi? But has anybody else had like snow or anything? UK hasn't, or where I am in the UK hasn't currently. We rarely get it at Christmas time anymore, unfortunately. Yeah, it depends on the weather. Justin says no snow yet, but very cold. Yeah, it's been absolutely freezing lately. Everyone in the UK is dropping like flies with this cold flu virus going around, so that's how cold it is.
By the way, we're not Walking Dead.
A robotic artist? Nope, not in the US. Oh, okay then. I want to just do some really... I mean, I know he's got kind of like a... I know what I need to do. I need to make this, let me just make sure his head's a bit more prominent down the side so it stands out a bit more, because that's going to be one of the more prominent features. I need to make this a form of armour. Pretty much made out of its own kind of like skin and hide, but I want a tougher plate on the shoulder bit. Kind of like just a, almost like a tougher bone-like scaly armor thing for the Omnitrix to be on, just so that he's kind of got a bit of padding or shielding. Are we trying to figure out names on it at the moment? Because we've got the name Palm Strike for this one, and we've also got Grabite, Grab and Bite. Maybe. Don't forget, he is from the species that's a Tetramand, so, you know, Kaijumand or something? Don't know. We'll have to figure it out. Tetramand. Maybe. It's difficult to think of names are really difficult for characters and designs, but when you find the right name it always stands out, but until that point it's a bit of a nightmare to figure out. I think I'm going to give him more of a more of like a lizard style design to his hands and that, just to have them work for what I'm going to do. tidy that one up there a bit. Shift the angle of that, because that's not going to work there like that. That one needs to kind of come around here a bit more, so the claw for it that curves is underneath. I guess that, and then obviously we've got the bit that comes around here that I've got from the design. And then these spikes need to be similar to the other bit that we've got. So we need to kind of get the spikes to work a bit more. What's the best way of doing that? Add more. It's more the angle that the spikes are at. I think that one needs moving. Tetramand from Crazy for a Day. Vice Grip or Continent Sized Man, maybe. Tetrabyte. Some good suggestions there. Just trying to figure out which ones will work really well. Yeah, I think I'll turn the reference picture off for now. So I'll continue on this bit, but yeah, I've kind of got a bit more of a feel for what I'm doing on this design at the moment. Justin says, what about grudge match? Quad plus grudge match? Grudge match, if that's the way of pronouncing it. Welcome back, Ben. Have you been, like Venomized Toothless, off to see the community redraw on the Pop Cross channel? Yeah, he does kind of look like a beetle. He's and then we've got Beatdown, maybe. And Ben says yes, I will be checking that out later on. I do like his community redraws, and I'm working on getting a bit more into my story for people to get invested on my ones. Which is why I've already started writing up December's as part of the free videos I've got being written up and worked on at the same time currently. But yeah. You'll be pretty interested. Without spoilers, can you tell me why?
How is that gonna work?
My channel's not exploded, so I don't think he shouted me out. Maybe everyone's still watching it. Yeah, no, I'm not worried if he does any shout outs or anything. It was amazing when he did them the first time, so I'm still just living that. Would Unkillable Kate answer your question? Oh yes, I know what he's doing. That would be yeah, no, yeah, I know. He's got Kate Kills Claws, which looks like an epic episode. It does look like a really fun one, which will be awesome. Yeah, I did my first Google document for a theme for the last one, didn't I? It's like, oh my god, he kind of does that, and do I do it? And then I thought, I'm going to do it.
Ooh.
Have you gone snooping at what it is, or? Yeah, it does look like cool. I think the thumbnail's going to be awesome too, but...
I'm saying all about the podcast music really shortly.
What, for the next one?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, are you saying I might be interested in what he's redrawing next time?
Maybe.
I do want to enter one of his, to be honest.
Well, then you like this one.
Benjamin Neal says it is.
You'd love the next one.
Oh, this is no fair. You two are winding me up on the stream. I want to know now, but I'm not gonna go off the stream to find out. What, for the existing one? Yeah, I was looking in the submission chat on this Discord server, which is quite cool. But yeah. Hey, you guys won't believe it. Well, the ones of you that are on the Discord will, but anybody off it won't. So, on the Discord, we did a November event, which was design your own MCU universe type character. Could be a hero, could be a villain, but they got to fit into the MCU and be an original character. And we had 5 submissions for it, which was quite good on the Discord because we just started doing events. I couldn't choose who to actually select, so I did one of those spinning wheel things, and I put all 5 of the contestants in, and I put a 6th one saying everyone. Guess what it landed on? Put your answers in the chat down there. That kind of artistic kid can't because he already knows. The answer to what the wheel landed on. Music return. Thank you. Yeah, guess what it landed on? Let me know in the chat bits. Crazy for a Day says everyone. Justin says everyone. I got a feeling you two are on the server. I just didn't anybody on the Discord server don't. But yes, it landed on everybody. So everybody won on that event, which was a very nice surprise. It was something I was not expecting to happen. Which was quite cool. Are you skimming through the designs of the redraw? That's a yes.
It's a submission to the Discordian Christmas.
What, this? That one?
It's awesome.
Is this a new one that's just gone? Because the last one that was on there was the Frosty one. The Snowman.
Yeah,
Oh, that one was cool, yeah.
it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I've been paying attention to what's on there because the winner of this Discord one
I like the tree.
will get a very... Well, there's several winners for this one, and they will get a shout out in the video on the 16th. So the winning prize for this Discordian Christmas event is a shout out on the channel and something extra being done, which is quite cool. Robotic Artist, I think you've probably left by now. If you're still in the chat, you say to the person coughing in the back, please get better and have a nice night. Yes, he's unfortunately that kind of artistic kid's come down with one of those cold bugs going around. But he's doing his... Well, they're doing their best over there. It's not easy when you get a cold bug to not cough.
I'm really trying not to.
Yeah. Have a Strepsil or something, see if that helps. Have a Halls. Yeah. Normally it's me that comes down with all the bugs and that when I don't want them to. So if I end up with a bug or a cold bug next week, I will be streaming, and it may just be music and yeah, just a music stream happening. Kind of like how the upper body's going at the moment. I do think he needs a tail. I think we're going to add... They all have weird type tail designs. I was going to have a spike on it, but I think we want the...
Make it matching to the axe on the head.
Yeah. What, your holes? Your holes, or the actual ones that are like strepsils? Okay. What do you guys think of how this Tetramand design's coming out at the moment? I'm quite liking it. I'm quite liking the fact that we've got a bit of a...
It looks pretty cool, but I think the head's a bit small. But then again, so...
Yeah, I might tweak it a little bit. Robotic artist, drink some water. They do have a drink, but they're going to get some throat sweets or something to sort that. Can we add his fingers gloves, but they're broken? I was debating that, but I was also thinking making the hands like the colour, fingerless pattern of the hands like a tattoo type colour maybe. We'll see. I might even just add that on as we go along. And I've kind of got an almost stinger design for the tail, but I don't know if it is a stinger or it's just going to be like a more of a bone shaped design, like just solid. But it does give that kind of like bug type appeal.
While moderating the stream, I will be making my Discordian Christmas.
You're going to Discordian Christmas submit? Oh. I will most likely do a random generator off screen for the winners. Or do a random generator. I don't know how many winners I'm going to pick out of it yet. There will be at least 3 minimum, and then it will be a case of those 3 will get this prize on the Monday. Tegan says hi. Hi, welcome to the stream. We're just working on our Fourarms. Is kind of like this big kaiju type beast. I do need to figure out a way to make the body a bit more beast-like. Like the legs, kind of like. So we're drawing the designs kind of a bit weird because his legs aren't really the funkiest bit to go. I kind of want to change that leg a little bit. I know that's the pose they put him in. I'm not happy with that leg, unless we do have him on a mount inside or something, or stepped on something. Stepping on a car. I gotta draw a car. It's hard enough drawing the rust bucket on the last one. I cannot draw vehicles to save my life. I can draw mech armors. I can draw transformers. I can draw aliens. Right. We're trying to do the stream in 4 hours tops, not 4 days. Because on top of Godzilla's body is going to be a bit tricky. Although my Godzilla vs Devastator illustration took about 8 or 9 hours to do, that painted style.
I remember that.
Robotic artist says, draw a tank. Maybe. We'll have to see. It completely depends on the eraser. Wonder why I wasn't getting any lines to draw on the piece. Epic fail. Fatality. Yes, I do need to do the Mortal Kombat Fusion episode as well. Galhan 19 still here. I have not forgotten about that. That is on my list, and that will be happening in January.
I don't think Galahad was ever there.
Galahad 19 was here. They did all the questions earlier. For a moderator, you're doing terrible. I'll let you off because you're poorly.
I'm finding reference photos and I have proof photos and I have to look at and I've never seen so give me a break.
Should we give him a break? Yes or no? Let us know in the chat. Justin says, yeah, Justin says, oh, did you see the trailer for the new Transformers Beast one? Yeah, the Rise of the Beast is, that looks awesome. I'm quite interested in how they've done Optimus Primal, because it's like the 8th version, because it's kind of like they've mixed the storylines in. You can clearly see where he transformed in the end. He has Optimus's kind of head design, kind of like the like Nemesis Prime. So it's quite interesting to see what they're going to do for its origin story in that. Crazy 4 Day says, with the way his top right arm is, it looks like he's being shot at with a missile. Maybe I should do a set of missiles or something shooting at him. And Tegan asks, do you have any advice on writing or drawing? I have lots of advice on writing and drawing. The best one is practice makes improvement. I've changed that phrase with mindset. Practice makes perfect is wrong. There isn't actually a thing as perfection, because you'll never reach it. So practice makes improvement, and improvement makes further improvement. That's my new slogan on it. But if you've got anything specific you want to ask advice on, then feel free to ask that, because it might help a bit more. And in terms of writing, I would say the advice that I'm learning with writing at the moment is you obviously want something that gets someone's emotion. So if you can evoke emotion in your writing and your story, you will get people continuing to read it or watch it or listen to it, depending if you're speaking. I'm using the context watch it as in the stories I do in the lore, but I type them up first. So in terms of that, if you can get the story to have emotion for the characters, make them relatable, make them have clashing personalities, make the story have interesting points, and pick out focus on the bits where you can maybe make it funny, or depending on the subject matter, make it funny, make it more emotional and intense, but don't take it too far in any one direction. Keep it on target of what your message in the writing is, or what your story is. I think that'll work, and that's what I'm trying to do with my December redraw. Sorry. They're dying over there, but no. And that's what I'm trying to do with my December redraw. So it's a bit difficult, but I would say for writing, it's just add emotion. If you can take one thing to improve advice on your writing, is add emotion. If you can spark an emotional reaction of any form in your writing, and it's the one you kind of want, you're doing amazing, because that's something I'm really struggling with. People like my lore, but it's not until I put the narrators in that people actually had a reaction and continued watching it. So yeah, but if you've got any specifics you want to know, I can try and answer them and just knock them into the chat. Ben says, well, if I do submit Nightwave for the redraw, just a little info. Caesar Solomon was a supervillain, now superhero. Also, give TK a break. Yeah, I think we'll give them a break. They're doing their best, considering they're not well. Also, I thought this was going to be a live action Beast Boys trailer. Beast Boys trailer. Yeah, Beast Wars, you mean? Yeah. Beast Wars. Yeah, we're kind of disappointed. A lot of people have said they would love to see Rat Trap in the actual Transformers trailer, but I did like the fact of seeing Mirage. That was pretty cool. And Robotic Artist says, draw Omni-Man flying at him. Oh, yeah, that would be just a whole new level. I might have to censor the stream if I did that. Omni-Man is just vicious when he gets going. I've seen Invincible. I know exactly how Omni-Man is. He's just insanely... Yeah. I think I'm missing something. Maybe he needs spikes on his legs, or...
Spikes on the back of his legs.
Yeah, but you won't see it on that one, so that's fine. it's weird. You've got to try and think in perspective, which makes things like 100 times more trickier to do. And hopefully the stream's not lagging. It's just the music playing silly, but Koi did give me some advice for that one, which I will be sorting out for a future stream by next week.
Although I will just say that in person, you're talking and then about 5 seconds later, you say what you just said. So I think there's a bit of a delay. Like you talk and like 5-10 seconds later, you say what you say to me.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, just in case you know, whatever you see on the screen is like 10 seconds behind what I see, and that's the way the live streams work. There's a 10-second difference on the setup that I've got, which gives me time to see something beforehand and you to get the reaction of, ah, as I'm trying to fix it. But that's a good spot. But you wouldn't have known that if you weren't in the room. So yeah. Justin says, no, Green Lantern's in the background, and then Ben turns into this and says round 2. That'll be quite interesting. Robotic Artist says, remember, a Kaiju was almost able to take him down. Don't put Kaiju forearms down already. Yeah, that is kind of true, so there's a good point on that one. And Ben says, Dempsey, is that Bat Squatch behind you? I'm not falling for it this stream. Not yet, anyway. You've got to get me when I'm not paying attention if you want that to work. I think I'll only do 2 on the back of his leg, and then I've got to make this more. Insect-like in a sense, because that's going to be almost a tattoo design the whole way down. Kind of not so worried about the feet design being quite as impressive as the rest of the character. I think that's our general design done, so now I need to ink the character, and this is the bit where we really start to polish up what we've done. So let's just make sure I've got the right level of... That'll probably do. So we're now going to ink the character, which is going to be the bit that brings it to life more. For this one, it's kind of just focus time really on this, where I start bringing the illustration to life a bit more before we put base colours on. Which is going to be quite interesting to see how it turns out on this bit, to be honest. If I add the extra details where we've got bits in it as well. Justin says, Marder's behind me. Justin, if Marder's behind me, I'm dead before I look around, so I'm not even going to bother. Tegan asks, how would you describe someone changing into a dragon? Ooh, that is a... that is an intronite. Well, it's how would you describe the actual event? So I may pick up features like, if I was writing it, I'd probably say, say it was one of the narrators turning into a dragon or something. If they went into a world where it's dragons. Yeah, actually, that's an idea for a video right there, isn't it? it'd be something along the lines of kind of like, and as they entered the world, or as Nexum entered the world, his armor started to shatter and crack. As his body began to expand, his skin started to become more scaly in nature. He could see the landscape around him seeming to be smaller as his neck started to grow larger. As he tried to speak, his voice started becoming muffled sounds before coming into a roar, shooting out a blast of flame. You kind of like describe the bits that are transforming, but you also describe it in a way that maybe it's a painful transformation, or it's not so painful but it's gruesome. You don't want to just say Nexum arrived in the world and he suddenly transformed into a dragon able to take flight into the sky, unless you want to be vague with it. So it depends on what level you want to go into to how much you want to do. But it's how you convey it, because you could start describing the dragon's features. So you could say Nexum was in pain as he was in screams of agony as he was slowly transforming into a dragon. All of a sudden, and then near the end, maybe all of a sudden, his back began to arch and a pair of wings shot out of a pair of white sparkling wings shot out. The final form he took was more majestic than anything you could have imagined. Something where you kind of like put a twist in it as well. So you want to have it like, oh my god, what's happening to him? And then at the end of it, it's like, oh my god, that's quite cool. That's the kind of thing I would try and do. But yeah, it is difficult to add the emotion into it. You kind of want to put yourself in the shoes of the character and what you might be feeling, or you think someone might feel as that happens. Well, yeah, but if it's super quick, it might be a quick, sharp pain rather than a long, painful one. It just depends. Ben says, I know Popcross has a folklore series, it's 3 videos, but I do want to see more from him, but I also want to see you do your own folklore series. Yes, I do want to do a folklore series. The only thing I need to figure out for my folklore series...
He's doing what he hasn't done.
Well, yeah, doing one he hasn't done is a good point. Doing like my own genre bit for it, or my own spin on it. But the main thing I need to figure out for a folklore series is if I have a narrator, the personality of the narrator. This is the bit that's the hardest part of the series, is coming up with a narrator that matches it quite nicely. So what you'll probably end up finding is that the writing the lore in that's not the problem. It's writing the personality and getting the narrator right for a series that's a bit tricky. However, it's still on my list of things to do, and it's one I'm really keen to do because I do like folklore and cryptids and all that lot, and you know, the whole werewolves, vampires, monsters and stuff from all mannerisms of
Yeah, that's not folklore.
yeah, but folklore is also stuff like vampires and werewolves and creatures and the Black Lagoon. Folklore is like the mythic laws and legends of a regional area. Yeah, like the perfect one, the Chupacabra is a folklore tale. If you guys in the chat think it's differently, let me know what you think folklore is, but that's what I think it is. It's that whole, not exactly the supernatural one that's got mystic as such, but it's kind of like all of the folklore bits where you've got, you know, you could have like the half man, half dinosaur. It's like the elephant man, which is a bit of a folklore in a sense. Yes, I did take Champagne McGregor's of that lizard form for that example. Justin suggested that Nexum goes into a universe where mech armors become sentient.
Oh god, that would be terrible.
Oh yeah, that would be terrifying. Tegan says, like Mothman. Yeah, that's also another one which is quite good. Yeah, it's just all of these like folklore bits that we've got is the like folklore and urban legends, like just those type of things. That was a good series, Urban Legends. It's quite interesting, like showing the live streams. I do enjoy them. I find them quite relaxing. I find drawing relaxing in general. If I'm overstressed and that, it's kind of like my go-to thing to de-stress if I can. Obviously, it's not always that simple because sometimes you can't focus on what you're drawing, depending how stressed you are. But it is nice to just zone out and do a drawing at some point. Right, this is probably the trickiest part of it to do. I am hoping to do this in one stream, but we will see. It may become a part 2 that gets continued next Wednesday. Like the last Kaiju one, it just depends because these ones do have more detail than before. But saying that, I do want to try and hit a certain amount of time on it. So it's going to be quite interesting. It's fine if you got a cough. You got a cough. Can't help it. It's
Sorry, headphone users.
Yeah, just try and keep the decibels down a little bit. Yeah, like that. I know I was being facetious. Robotic artist says it's alright, my sick broski.
Thank you, my not sick broski.
Nice.
Well, you might be able to know.
I do like the freedom of designing a kaiju, or turning something into a kaiju.
Oh my god.
What?
Kaiju bends aliens doing TikTok dances.
If you can animate that, I'm assuming that's from Ben.
No, Justin.
Justin, okay. Whichever one suggested that, I wasn't looking at the chat.
No, well, no, he said, imagine Kaiju bends aliens doing TikTok dances.
Yeah, if you want to draw some Kaiju Ben aliens and animate them doing TikTok dances, that'd be awesome. I have to say, it was a bit of work just getting the next... Well, yeah, but it's also a bit of work getting Nexum into a state where I could actually use him for that live stream at that time. The first Helmon one where he hijacked my live stream, that was really fun to do, actually. Justin says, I tried that animated well, I can't do it. Yeah, it's... You've got to have a certain way of doing it. So if I was to animate this, that entire head would be on one layer, coloured and rendered. It would have... the actual head would come down behind it and sealed, probably around the bottom bit of the jaw around here. Just draw this around here. And then you'd have different layers over the top, which would have the different mouthpieces, and then you can animate them together. It is a way of designing the artwork for animation. It has to be done a particular way, otherwise it doesn't work quite so well. Saying that, there's some animations I've seen in Procreate that are absolutely awesome using the animated guide. If I was to put that on now, these inks would be on a separate bit to another one. Tegan says, thank you for the advice. That's okay. I mean, it's only my opinion. I'm not an expert on it, but it's what I would do, and hopefully it's a good starting point. But I think a lot of what I've been learning lately is emotion is the key to anything, really. If you can get emotion in your artwork, in the piece, how it looks, or if you get into your story, then that's the key. The key takeaway is that, which is something I'm learning, and you know, everybody gets that at a different time in the penny drops. Mine just happens to be now, really. And the more I've been doing the YouTube videos, the more I've been getting into everything, which is all good fun. Right, I got a feeling that I'm going to probably end up missing a few bits in these. I always end up missing a section somewhere normally, but that's fine. I'll look at the chat in a little bit, guys. I'm just going to get a bit more of this line up done in a minute while I can focus on it. Yeah, you can in a minute. Just let me focus on this arm, because I did quite a bit of detail on some of these areas, and it's making sure the detail conveys apart from where I've gone. It's one of those things where you kind of design something or you work on something and you're like, yeah, that's great. Oh yeah, what was I doing here? I just need to link the right lines up to make this tie in. So that one's coming on here. Robotic Artist 27 says, have you seen the Imaginary Wild West by someone? I can't remember. It's really creative. I wouldn't know without seeing it, to be honest. If I see it, then I'd probably be able to go, oh yeah, I've seen that. But top of my head, no, I don't recall it. It sounds familiar though, but I don't recall if I've heard about it or if I've seen it. If that makes sense. Gotta say, inking can be one of the most satisfying parts of the illustration, bar the final bit where you're just finishing off the details and it starts coming to life. But I do know that while I've been working on these sort of like live streams and that, the inks on the kaiju pieces do seem to just scream a bit more for some reason. Okay, Robotic Artist has a question for everybody. If you could be an alien from Ben 10, what would it be? And this is to everyone. So, while you guys are thinking about what you're going to be, I've always... which one's my favourite Ben 10 alien? I'm kind of techie, so Upgrade would be quite a cool one. But it does have a few issues. Accelerate is quite a nice one. But I'm trying to think which one would actually be the coolest one to be. I wouldn't mind being what's the gravity one, the planet one? The one that turns into a big planet boulder thing. That might be quite a cool one. But there's also who's the other one? I know Feedback's quite cool, but there's another one that I quite liked. Maybe Diamond Head. There's one of the newer ones that looked quite cool. That's like, oh, that's the one I haven't seen before. That's quite nice. Suppose maybe I should be a grey matter. Then I can build my own Omnitrix. That kind of artistic kid says Ripjaws. Justin says a Blodat or Celestia Sapien. Yeah. Gravitac. Yes. I knew someone would know the name. Yeah, Gravitac. Yep. Gravitac's the one I'm on about. The big bouldery planet one. I just think it's quite cool to turn into a floating ball and hit people. Big Chill. Yeah, now I'm going to go with Big Chill. Changing my answer. Big Chill's the one I want to be. Not only can I freeze everybody and I can fly like a bug, although it was a bit weird eating all the metal for the creating loads of siblings in space episode, but I think it would work rather well with the ability to phase through objects like Big Chill does. I'm pretty sure Big Chill can phase. No, I'm sure Justin's going to say he can. Big Chill can phase. Robotic Artist says, I'm personally going Ghost Freak. I'll be scaring so many people. Yeah, that's true. Ghost Freak's quite a creepy, scary, not so nice guy. Oh, how are we doing? I'm just wondering, how many have we got in the, just out of curiosity, how many have we got in the chat currently? We've got 10. Awesome. Even if you guys are silent, I hope you're enjoying the stream. Tegan asks, how would you describe a fight between two characters or creatures? I did that in one of my videos. It was a dragon one with Ehrenfold. What world were they in? Was it the SCP? The first SCP one? One of my dragon episodes, I did it, and basically I've described a fight between two Titan-like creatures. It was the dinosaur. It was a dinosaur one, I think. Was it dinosaurs or was it dragon? It was one with Ehrenfold in it. I'll have to try and find out which video it was. Anybody who knows, then please say. But basically, I had a lot of fun with this one because Ehrenfold was going to slay a dragon. And this dragon kind of was able to sneak up. Sorry, these were titans of a dragon, and he was going to slay one of them, which took out a load of people. I described the fight as taking them out, and then I had the fight between two of them where their attacks would change the landscape. So it's like they were battling back and forth. One turned into a ball and rolled towards them, hitting them, while the other one could also turn into it's like a turtle one that could go in and spin. And that was it. It was my video game characters as dragons episode. So if you can find my video game characters as dragons episode, it will do more justice than what I'm saying if you watch it. But basically, I've got the two dragon titans chained on the landscape, battling back and forth in this epic struggle, describing how, you know, they clashed and the air vibrated and shook. The sonic blast made the trees shake type thing and that. But I had a lot of fun with one turned into a spinning shell with spikes, and the other one turned into a ball rolling towards it. Because I had Samus from Metroid and Bowser from Mario. And then I said, and they clashed, and as they hit, it was like a giant earthquake shattering throughout the land, knocking Aerofold on his feet. He's talking about it, and then I described the smirk on one of the, you know, as they came in again. Samus, sort of like dragon, came in and it rolled as a ball at the Bowser dragon, or the Bowservern. It suddenly jumped out of its shell, landed there, had a grin on its face, swung its tail around and sent the Samus dragon flying through the air. And then Aerofold says he would have slayed the beast if it wasn't for the fact he nearly died laughing, looking at the satisfied look on the Bowservern's face as he sent this other titan flying through the air with the force of the impact to land on who or land in some unknown place or on some unknown person. And I kind of had that battle happening with the thought of if there was two titans fighting, how would the battle go? Which is kind of like with the Godzilla movies and that. But it was also the fact of if there's two titans battling, what funny moments would you get in there if they had facial expressions? So if it's two creatures so for example, this is two creatures. So you want to pick out a few of the key features that are easy to talk about, and then have them with their unique abilities happening, and how one would use one against the other, and make it kind of suspenseful. So I think at one point the Samus dragon was laying mines down to try and blow the Wyvern dragon up, the Bowservern one. So it was taking their unique abilities and putting it in a battle where one's getting the upper hand and then it's twisting around, and that'd be the best way of doing it. Robotic Artist says, the reason I asked you this is because I'm requesting all of you draw yourself in alien forms. Your new form will have to be different from Ben, thanks to you all being different. True. Jericho goes, I get that the new Godzilla movies call the monsters Titans, but I prefer what the original company called them, Kaiju. Yeah, I agree on that one. I know they're Titans, and Titans is more the Greek mythology for giants, basically. But Kaiju does sound a lot better. It's got a nicer ring to it, which is often quite good. I mean, I don't mind Kaiju having like Titan class Kaiju as their name, because that's quite cool as well. Identifying the Kaiju by class, so you know, Godzilla's the king, but he's also a Titan class Kaiju if you think about it.
Well, he's the king Titan.
Yeah, that's one way of describing it. He's the king Titan class. On that one. Ben says, is that Primal Fox behind you? Nope. I got a camera here and I can see it here. Nope. Nobody's behind. Well, I got a Charizard behind me, and I've got a Deadpool somewhere behind me. I can see his eyes, but I don't see anything else, including a Ghost Freak. I know there's a Coffee Freak behind me, or to the side of me. I might also be really cheeky in a minute on stream, and I might have a cookie. I would do the subscribe for a cookie, but I'm not sending cookies out to everybody, so if you're not subscribed to the channel, please feel free to, if you're enjoying the stream and the content on the channel. If you
subscribe or you're banned from cookies.
Subscribe or you're banned from cookies, that's a new one. And if you're you are enjoying the stream, don't forget to leave a like on it, because that does help share it out a bit more with the whole YouTube algorithm thing, which nobody actually understands, not even YouTube themselves. We just do what we can do. Justin says Dempsey got artistic kid behind him. Well, it's more to the side, but yeah.
No, more in front.
Robotic Art says, if you were an SCP, what would your anomalous ability be? No totally overpowering things. Mine would be to bring whatever I draw to life, or mine would be to have the abilities on one list I write out on one side of A4, and if I don't write out properly, I don't get any of the extra abilities I want. I've got to nail it straight down, so I could write what I want for myself. It could be overpowered, but the caveat is, if I can't fit it in what makes sense in sentences on the whole list down, without any loopholes or anything that can be misconstrued to make it a twist, then I suffer the consequences, which I think is quite a cool ability. I also find it interesting how I drew all 4 arms slightly different. And I've just realised they are all the same but slightly different on each drawing bit, which is quite interesting. Actually, I got a question for you all actually. Oh, but first I'll answer this. Tegan asks, what's an SCP? An SCP is basically an object or creature that has a supernatural ability. Usually it can be, they're set into separate classes. So some are classed as safe, like SCP-999, which is basically a yellow ball of happiness. Basically, it's like a ball of goo, but it likes to give you warm hugs and tickles and makes you happy. Some can be world enders, which are basically, I think it's Kelter class, and they are basically like SCP-001, the Scarlet King, or whichever version it is, which if they get loose they can wipe out all of humanity and the universe. And others are ones that are kind of similar in a sense to it, but they are they're in between. So they've got stuff like a reptile, that's the hard to kill reptile, that's SCP-682 I believe, and basically every time it gets attacked or it gets defeated, it just comes back to life. Doesn't matter what they do, the attack will only work once. It comes back to life, and then that's it. It's just it's immune to it, or it's built up a defense to counter it. And I think the only thing that is not managed to kill itself, the hard to kill reptile hasn't killed itself, is the shy guy. But also it's the only thing the shy guy won't kill when it looks at it, because the shy guy, if there's even image of that SCP, that one is supposed to track you down no matter where you are and take you out. It's basically all what people come up with. There could be anything from rooms to objects to mirrors to a cave. It's just
Mirror is an object.
yeah, but I'm listing certain ones. So it could be all of these kind of objects. It can even be a person or an amulet the person's wearing that keeps a consciousness of them. And whoever wears the amulet ends up becoming that person, or having the consciousness of that person, like almost like an immortal reset button, basically. So yeah, it's I think SCP Explained is the best channel on YouTube to learn more about it. They have some really basic animations, but they are really good. They go to the episodes could be about 8 minutes long, some are animated, but it covers all of the information about it. Right, let's do a bit more of this arm. And then we can add the... I do want it to have red skin still. I want to keep the core essence of each of the aliens here. So like with the Ripjaws one, it's got the green skin. As you can see above me, it's got the greeny blue skin in that, even though it's become the Kaiju character. So I want to try and keep the core essence of the alien, but at the same time I want to emphasize some of these extra details that we're putting in. Because we all want to kind of have it looking cool, but at the same time we do need it to be in a state that's recognizable to be what the alien was in the first place, because it's a kaiju form. And just build it up from there really, but yeah. I suppose my next question is for you guys, because I'm just getting a feel for it, and I know we've only got probably about 9 people or so in the stream, maybe 10, maybe more. We've got 9. Woohoo! What a guess. Is what do you guys think about Patreon? Because unfortunately, YouTube you can't give member perks unless you're in the partnership program, which unfortunately means you've got to hit 4,000 hours of watch time. But maybe something like Patreon, where there's members only content, or you get to see behind the scenes stuff. Like if I'm working on a video, maybe you get to see me work on it live for an hour or something. One of the videos, or an upcoming video. Just some little perks, but just see how that goes. And just see what happens. But I don't really know much about Patreon as Patreon really. I just know you can tie it into stuff. Ideally I want to do it all through YouTube, but once we grow and we get to that point, then that will be awesome. Well, I know you have to pay, which means I don't want to get in trouble for paying online. That's a fair enough comment. You do have to pay. I think the minimum tier is probably... I actually don't know what the minimum tier is, so I'm going to have to look at that. But yeah, you do have to pay, and I think it's around £3 or something, which is probably about $2 or $3, depending on where you are in the world. Is it more expensive in dollars?
Yeah, because £1 is, I think,
Okay. Well, it's between £3 and £5 or $3 and $5 or whatever it is, and yeah, it does give you the ability to obviously have tiers and early access and that stuff. But I'm just trying to think ahead for future growth on the channel, so I can ensure I'm giving back to you guys for supporting, basically, and being here. Justin says it's $1 a month in America. What? The minimum for the UK was something like £3. I'm sure it was. I feel robbed.
They just expect us to be rich.
Yeah. But that's not a problem. No, it's I'm just thinking of other ways I can give unique content or extra content back to you guys, but also build the community and do those bits. It's really figuring out the best approach going forwards, because I will be having fun. I'm also, though, I will have a surprise coming up in this month. I believe I've mentioned it before on streams, but I finally got something happening this month, which I've finally got enough content to put stuff on there for, which I've been trying to do for a while now, and I've never got around to doing it. So I'm really pleased that I can actually work on it or release it. Have I lost music again?
Yeah, I think so.
I think it's just loading this time. Let me just double check. Yeah. Oh wait, hang on. Is this the one that they've got that's like, yeah, no, this is... Yeah, no, we're going all the way back up and we're starting a shuffled mix again, because I'm not doing their 6-hour long one where they're talking through it. I mean, the music being looped is great, but it's, yeah. Yeah, I agree, Ben. Different prices in different parts of the world is exactly how it goes. It's just a case of it's just a case of it's like, what? But that's fine. I'm planning to do a few more things over the next sort of like couple months to give back more to everybody on Discord and YouTube and that, and just work on the content more and make things better for you guys. Give you more options on stuff as well. Tegan asks, what if you don't do anything to the hard to kill reptile? Unfortunately, the hard to kill reptile is going to attack whoever's in front of it.
It might be hard to kill, but it doesn't find you hard to kill.
Yeah, I think that's the best analogy from that kind of autistic kid. If you didn't catch it, they basically said it might be hard to kill, but it doesn't find you hard to kill. So, yeah.
The description, that's all you need for it.
Uh-oh. That's better. Panic mode there. I had an extra line on stuff which didn't need to exist. Right, so let's sort this out so it's close to this. Ah. What was that?
Oh, it went on to the 10.
Yes, I found the spot for that. It's a bit frustrating when that happens, but yeah. Right, here's the one bit that's the boring part of the stream, so please bear with me while I do this quickly. I just need to sort out the outline bit, but because this is quite a simple design for the most part, once I get the bits here, it becomes a lot easier to do. It's you guys who've been on the stream before know this is one of those bits I leave out of my videos for you guys not to see. It's the downside of Procreate. The only downside of Procreate. There's only two downsides really. Other than that, it's an awesome app. But yeah, it's just these two downsides of having to just get rid of this white outline on stuff. But I will try and speed up a little bit. Kind of it's the catch-22 because I could potentially skip this part, but I would have to do it at the end once we had the background in. However, doing it now means that it's done and it's kind of a sorted so that we can progress with everything nice and neat and tidy. But these kaiju pictures do take more. They're like the Transformer ones. There's more detail to put into them, even though they're more organic, flowing in shape. They do take longer, so it's getting them right. Anybody else got any questions in the stream they want to ask? Maybe about upcoming videos. I might not do too many spoilers, but any videos and other elements.
Says, do you like Batman?
Yes. No, I like all things DC and Marvel. Anything comic related, really. I'm a bit of a geek in that regards. I love anime, DC, Marvel, loads of them to be honest. Too many to count really. Yeah. Oh, Justin asks, Pokemon as videos where? Sorry, as vehicles video when? 2023. I won't have time to do that any justice before the new year. However, after the new year, I plan to hit the ground running. So that first week is going to have extra live streams. It's going to where we'll probably do stuff like Pokemon as vehicles or something, or take a few ideas that I might not be able to have time to do a full video on, but we can produce more, kind of like the Helm one that we did, because those were fun fusion ones. So I'm planning to do more fusions next year, get the narrators developed a bit more. I know I haven't done anything on the multiverse story arc where we've been venomizing everybody in the last month or so. That will also be kickstarting with an epic battle and clash in January. I'm not sure exactly which part of January, but it will be happening in January. Now, that's just teasing me. That kind of autistic kid says, no one say Pop Cross's redraw prompt here for this month. Let Dempsey find out himself. He'll love it. Is he redrawing me? He's not. I don't think he will do. But it could be quite interesting. I got to find out what that is at some point. Ben says, are you going to do a fusion of Monster Hunter and Skylanders? I have some at Monster Hunter planned. I'm not doing a fusion of that. I have got I have got a Monster Hunter video planned in. I'm trying to remember what it was, but it's going to be a good one. It is a form of, I think it's a fusion, or it's something as Monster Hunter characters, or Monster Hunter monsters as something. So it's going to be quite an interesting one, but yeah, I definitely want to do that as well at some point. Tegan asks, how do you draw swords? Because I can't draw them properly, and I'm trying to draw the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Reference picture. Drawing swords, you need a reference for, because there's that many styles. So my recommendation for that is to, yeah, go onto Pinterest, search for swords, and if you know what type of sword it is, then you can say like a saber or machete or whatever type of katana, whatever type you want. Find the image, that reference image. If you type in the sword drawing reference or something like that, you will find a load of line art sketches and stuff, and just use one of them as a reference. Even just copy how to draw it, but draw it yourself. Because it's an object, unless it's someone's design exactly like the colours and the pattern on it, the general shape of the sword is not a problem at all, and that's what I would do. Swords are quite difficult to draw, and if you're doing the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse, you might want a particular style depending on what setting your horsemen are in. So, for example, if they're a futuristic Horsemen of the Apocalypse, you might have something like a lightsaber, but not called a lightsaber.
Tech blade.
Yeah, tech blade. If they are more medieval, you may have something like a long sword, where it's the one with the big like cross bit in that. If it's more of like a samurai style, or depending on, or sort of like Eastern one, you might have a katana or a few other swords. So it really depends on what genre or something you're doing. But reference picture, that's my best recommendation. And it's the same with everything. The reason why a lot of artists look like, oh wow, they can draw amazingly, is a reference picture. Like this, I've actually got, actually I'll show you guys. I've got another screen over here, and I've got the reference picture for the pose that we're using and the basic forearm shape, and I've got the reference of some kaiju from one of the tabs that I've been looking at, and then I got your chat where I can pull your comments up. But basically, I'm taking elements from what I've seen after I think, oh, that might look quite good, and I'm using them as a reference on the artwork. So my recommendation is reference it and change it up a bit, but for the general pose and some features or objects, that's your best thing to do. So yeah, I would recommend referencing. It's literally the secret of any good artist. And then over time you will learn the things that you like to draw. You'll just be able to draw like that, or the processes, you'll learn them second nature. People underestimate the power of a reference, but every artist, pro designer or game designer, someone will tell you a reference image is what you need. Robotic Artist says, what is next for you to draw on the schedule? Also, do you like Mandela catalogue horror kind of things? I do like horror kind of things. I would probably need to see some references for that catalogue of horror, just to make sure it's something that I like or I don't, because I'm useless with names on, well, just I'm useless with names in general, to be honest. So when it comes to names of anything, I'm terrible at it. I'll get them wrong, I'll draw a blank, but I'm more visual, so if I see something visually, I'm more inclined to go, oh yeah, I know that. And in terms of next time I draw schedule, we have the Dino Dinosaur video tomorrow. We have a video going live for Monday, which is going to be... It's going to be... No, it's going to be... It's going to be one of the other narrators, but it's not going to be revealing them. It's going to be a story with them. I kind of need to for the redraw, I kind of need to get my narrators that are scattered around the place back. So my next few videos will be the narrators, whether it's the little short design of the narrator, or it's going to be an actual adventure episode with them that will bring them back to where they're going to be set, or bring them, not leave them halfway on an adventure somewhere. For example, we left Erenfold hunting down dragons in the New Kingdom. So before I can do Erenfold in any other story, proper story, I've got to bring him back from that kingdom after seeing or slaying some of the beasts. So yeah, I've got to bring them back and sort them. So my next set of videos on the schedule are narrator related, ready for the December redraw, Deception Under the Mistletoe, which is going to be a good one. Justin says, can we venomize the base form of Ben? And then Ben says, please do another Ben 10 aliens venomized. That is on the list. I did enjoy doing that. I'll have to recap where I left off on that, but that's going to be part of the multiverse story arc when it kicks back in. So there will be more videos of that. That entire series I kind of diverted to the narrators recently and the other videos on the channel, which means I need to go back into that, because the last time we left, we venomized the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Shredder, Splinter, and a few other characters from the Turtles were also venomized, and then we kind of have the big battle with the Sonautica creatures, 2 Doctor Stranges, the Autobots, the Decepticons, She-Hulk, Fantastic Four, a few others venomized. I've even got to reintroduce the Harley Quinn that got venomized, and the Poison Ivy and the Killer Frost, which were venomized way back at the start of all of this. Bring them into the battle. So there's kind of like this massive epic war that's built over it. I think it's like 33 episodes on the channel. And it's a series I would like to bring either to an end or something over the next year, but I think I'll do one a month or one every other month, because the narrators seem to be more popular. But yeah, we will be doing more Ben 10 aliens venomized. There's a very long answer, but the short answer is yes. So, in a way, like Eloise Ludum from Multiverse Tales capture beings and creatures to fight against their will. Yeah, kinda. I've got it basically started off with venomizing characters, which was the channel started off with venomizing Pokemon and things like Marvel and that. And I didn't really have a story going. So I did my own multiverse story arc where I started venomizing characters. I started with the DC villains, and I did Harley Quinn, Killer Frost and that, and had a meteor come down and just venomize them, really. And the story just grew to, okay, I can venomize them, what else would you like to see? And people were suggested Transformers, She-Hulk and the other Marvel characters and that. So I just started going through everything Marvel and Transformers and started venomizing them. And actually, tell a lie, I do apologise. The first episode was Soundwave versus Venom, which was a request from somebody to have them fight. And I ended up venomizing, having Venom captured by Soundwave and Megatron and Shockwave, turning Venom, a sample of Venom, into a Cybertronian hybrid symbiote, which slowly took over the Decepticon ship. While in the meantime, to balance the playing field out, on Earth, symbiotes that weren't Cybertronian based were fusing with the Cybertronians and the heroes and villains of Earth to basically battle what was happening, the oncoming threat, because all symbiotes are basically linked throughout the multiverse, and some of them can actually communicate to each other through a form of telepathy if they are offspring and closely related and that, I think, if I remember my lore right. There's so many different things symbiotes can do. And because of this, it kind of built up the story up. So it is similar to that in a way with the creatures battling each other, but the good symbiotes don't take over completely, and the new hybrid is kind of controlled by Megatron at this point. So Megatron's kind of taken over it and burst Starscream's bubble. Because I grew up on Transformers and Turtles, I think I nailed those episodes. But yeah. Oh, interesting idea. Will you ever do modern tech as cryptic monsters? I do want to do some cryptic monster stuff, so that would be quite an interesting one to do, turning modern technology into a cryptic. It might also be interesting to turn cryptics into robots on modern technology or sci-fi or AI or something. So spin that the other way around. But that's not a bad idea. I really like that one actually. Oh, you mean gathering the... Sorry, Ben. You mean gathering the narrators for the December redraw? Yeah, I had this December redraw planned out of what's happening before I even did the November one. In terms of the setting and what I wanted to do and having a story with it. I just had to wait until the November one was out the way to do it. I didn't even think to do the Christmas December style redraw in November, but at that point I kind of wanted to do the DNA dilemma which I came up with for Dino Dinoclaw. It'd been a while since we had him on the channel, and I needed to give him a bit of spotlight to make him come back for the December redraw and be able to what's the best way? Be able to pull his weight in the actual events that happen, because out of the narrators, let's face it, Dino Dinoclaw only talks about dinosaurs. He's not actually one who can handle himself in a fight that we know of from current videos. Not saying what's lined up for it, but the general gist is he's well, you know how the redraw ended if you've watched it for the November one, but he is pretty much a lecturer and paleontologist through and through. He's an expert and he can survive in almost any dinosaur driven environment from knowledge alone. But Nexum's got mech armors, Ehrenfeld's killed dragons and beasts, and Demonica is, well, a demon, so they kind of got an upper hand. So many ideas. Yeah, the ideas are never ending. I mean, I can't really show everything properly right now, but I literally have I use Notion, and I've got a database table of ideas that I can turn into a template where I can put the scripts and everything and thumbnail ideas and that, and it just scrolls on forever. I think the biggest contributor is Ben. The amount of fusion ideas you suggest on comments and stuff is absolutely amazing. I just need to figure out how I'm going to turn them all into lore and stories that hopefully do them justice. But yeah, Ben, you are the biggest contributor to fusion ideas going on the channel. You and Zombie Dragon, who I haven't actually heard from in a while, which is quite interesting. But yeah. Tegan has a question. How would you deal with art block or writer's block? Okay, I have two methods that I use. The first one is deadlines. Because I do the YouTube videos and I try to do 2 a week, well that's what my goal is, 2 a week, and even if it's a live stream with you guys, and I'm hoping to get back into the habit of doing 2 actual videos at some point. Potentially by mid next year we'll be back on track with the videos. and then the odd live stream here and there. I'm still finding the balance between the two, but where it's a busy time of year, live streams are quite easy to do. But deadlines, so if you've got a deadline and you have to do something by a certain thing, set yourself a deadline, and not like a cushy deadline like, oh, I can't do it or whatever. Set yourself something where you're accountable. So for me, my deadline is a Monday and Friday video, and sometimes it does slip, it does go on to the next day, and I will let people know in advance as soon as I do that it might slip. But also at other times it may be a case of getting yourself accountable. So have a friend or a family member hold you accountable, and if you don't meet your deadline, you have a forfeit or punishment or something. I say punishment, it's not exactly a punishment, but maybe if you fail, you've got to do 2 hours of drawing, or 2 hours of tidying, or 2 hours of something. So deadlines is the first one. That always helps, especially when it comes to stuff like this this video and live stream for YouTube. The other one is do something different. If you're really stuck and you can't think of what you're going to do, watch a film, watch a movie, play computer games, go for a walk, see family members or something. Just anything to take your mind off it, and your subconscious mind will start processing if whatever you're stuck on, and all of a sudden you'll be like, oh yeah, that's perfect, and then you get on to sorting that at the time. It's like a lot of good ideas people have for films and scripts happen when they're in the shower, supposedly, because they're not thinking, they're doing something else on autopilot, and then they're like, oh, actually I can do, wait, yeah, actually I can do that, because that means that this and this and this bit ties in here, and what about this? And you just see something that's just perfect. Ah, that's it, that's what I want to do, that's what I need to do, and that's how it develops and builds up. So it's kind of just figuring out that setting for it. So my two recommendations are deadlines or do something completely different. Stop, don't try and force it, because the minute you try and force doing something without that motivation behind it or that need to do it, you're going to just, you hate it, you're not going to like it, and you're going to lose interest in what you're trying to do, whether it's drawing or writing, and you will probably, you'll kill a part of that creative side of you. Ben says, well, there's always next November for a Christmas redraw. Yeah, I will plan my redraws out a bit more ahead now that I'm doing it. And Robotic Eyes says, what if you make cute things into monstrous beasts? I did think of that. I also thought of taking horror monster characters and turning them into cute Pokemon.
We have done that cute monsters thing.
We have done a cute monsters thing?
Yes, we have. The drawing challenge.
Oh, we have, but we haven't done a video on it. But yeah, we have actually done that ourselves, haven't we?
No, I was doing my part.
Did we do a drawing challenge for cute
Yeah,
monsters?
your otter thing. 3 heads.
Oh no, this is taking. Oh, actually, we have done it. Actually, yeah, you are reminding. We did a drawing challenge, me and that kind of artistic kid, and I turned animals into monsters. So I took like a puppy, a German Shepherd cute puppy, and an otter, and I turned them into these weird like creatures. And that kind of artistic kid took some and turned them into weird creatures. So we have kind of done that, but a video with lore might be interesting to do. Ben says, oh my god to what? The cute things into monstrous beasts? Or oh my god, I've said something and you're like, ah. And that kind of artistic kids, right? If you scroll back on the channel and their channel, you'll see a video where we did a drawing challenge and we turned animals into scary creatures.
Completely my idea, by the way.
Robotic artist, you may have given that idea. I mean, the thing is, it could have been branched from a suggestion that you've made and someone else has made, and it's come together with putting them into Pokemon, the horror movie ones. It might have been horror movie characters as something cute, and then I've gone, we'll turn them to Pokemon or something, or it could have been the other way around. But if someone's done a specific idea that I've used, I've started, and there's a few, I've started putting in the comments ready for the video to do a shout out who that was and take a screenshot of the comment so I can use that. Because credit's where credit's due. If you guys have come up with the idea, I don't want to steal the idea. I just want to use it to create a series, and if it comes out of it that is a series and you guys have suggested it and it's like, wow, that works out really well, then awesome. If it's one that doesn't work so well, I've still created some artwork that you guys want to see, so it's all good fun. Oh yeah, Ben, yeah you do. You've got, I think you list about 10 every video in a comment, or between a couple of comments, which is absolutely insane. I have to say, I don't always get that many myself when I'm coming up with ideas, so it's absolutely genius that you do. Then write my name next to Undertale SCP. Yes, I will do that. In fact, I will make a note of it. Undertale SCP. Robotic Artist 27. Made a note of it in my little notebook that I've got here, so I can put it onto the actual Notion stuff later, because all my screens are kind of used at the moment for a setup. I wish I could take a picture of this actually, because I've got the iPad I'm drawing on here, the stream bit here, a second window that you've seen with the references here, and another iPad down here with the with a few things going on happening. So I've got like 4 screens in front of me, but yeah, it's all good fun. Right, let's work on this. We want to at least get these bits in, and I think we're getting to the point now where we've got a single digit watchers.
7.
Oh, lucky number 7. Cool. You know, people just playing it and, you know, chilling, doing their own thing. It's always cool. Yeah, I'm so happy to answer any questions people have when they come up. I just need to look at the chat in a minute for them. Ben says, well, it might be a mix of my autism and myself being an artist as well. Whatever it is, it works. It's absolutely amazing to see all the ideas you come up with. It's sometimes I have to say I do struggle with ideas, or struggle with taking someone's idea and turning it into something with lore. But the fact that you can comment on a video and you just come up with all these ideas all the time is absolutely amazing to me. And Tegan says, you might have to go to bed soon. That's fine. I'm not sure what part of the world you're in, but it's like 1:45 in the morning here in the UK. So I completely understand that, and I'm not one to get in the way of you and sleep. But if you do disappear, or you have disappeared, thank you for joining the stream. I'm not sure if you're still here or not. Hey Gopher Dude, welcome! What time is it for you where you are? And in terms of how's it looking, it's currently looking like this. Which is working and building up nicely. And Benjamin says, well, I put my ideas to remind myself of my ideas on Facebook. Yeah, wherever you can jot them down is always great. And Reuben's World says, hi, you've just got here. I'm sure you were here earlier, but welcome back to the stream. It's always good to have people come back into the stream now that we're getting onto the colouring part of this character and seeing what we can actually come up with. 4:45 over there. That sounds about right, because it's 1:45 here in the morning. Cool. Alright, let's go on with a bit more of this design stuff, if I can get the layers with the colours that we're working on done. We can see where we get to. We're probably going to end up just having the colours done and the basics set up for the light and shadows. It depends what time we go on till. But I do know the kaiju streams usually take about 5 or 6 hours to do them properly, based on the Ripjaws one. There's just so much more detail in these, but yeah. Oh, Gopher Dude, how's your day been? Good day, bad day, crazy day? Ben says it's 7:41 where you are. Fair enough. Ooh. I will apologise for yawning. I'm still going to keep going. I might need to have that cookie I mentioned like an hour ago. Triple chocolate cookie. Or triple chocolate chip cookie. They're just... I really shouldn't have it, but I'm going to. Need the sugar for the energy rush.
Yeah, the stream will be up on the channel.
Yes, Tegan. The stream, we're streaming live on the channel, so as soon as the stream ends, it will convert and be a public video with all of it. But what I will do in the next, well, by the time we finish the actual picture, once we finish the illustration, if it's on 2 streams or 1 stream, I'll convert those into a speed paint video. It won't have me talking, it'll just have the artwork being done to some music, but the live streams will still be on the video on the channel. Just go onto the live tab and you'll be able to view them. So you're more than welcome to jump back and see the end of this stream wherever we get to, or use it to go back and recap the advice that we were talking about earlier. Yeah, I think unless it's going to be a case of a live stream epically failed and went terribly wrong and like crashed, like there's only one that we've taken off the channel, and it wasn't the first live stream that I did. It was oh, your first one. Yeah, unfortunately we had a technical issue which caused a green screen of death to keep appearing, and we spent about an hour trying to fix it. So at that point, well, I wouldn't say we gave up, but it wasn't anything. We had to, yeah, we had to get some help from a fellow YouTuber. Hi, Koi-Fish Gaming, and yeah, an awesome fellow YouTuber who's got a great gaming channel. So I'd recommend you guys check it out at some point. But it's a case of we're having a green screen of death, and even though it got me 8 hours of watch time, people don't want to see a video of trying to fix something for an hour that's just going horribly wrong. Well, it could be classed as a blooper, but I'm not having a blooper for an hour on my channel. So, just that one. So we kind of put it to one side, and yeah, that got unlisted and deleted in the end. But no, as I say, the live streams, this live stream will be on the YouTube channel. As soon as it's ended, it will start publishing it, processing it and publishing it within a matter of minutes to be viewable from everyone who wasn't in the stream. Matthew says, hey Dempsey, do you do any warm-up drawings before getting into your projects? It will depend on the project. So sometimes I may do a couple sketch poses and you won't see it because it's the screen recording, which basically means that I've just done a couple quick sketch bits in, or I've restarted a piece once or twice. But 9 times out of 10, no. I really should do some of my artwork after I finished it. I look at it, and by the time I get to the second one or the third one, I kind of feel I should have actually done that one correctly or better. So it's like, but no, I don't do that many warm-ups. The reason I don't is I often have a reference image for what I want. I'll find a reference of a pose, I'll find the characters or whatever I'm converting, and I'll just put them together. If I actually did think about it properly, I should do the odd warm-up sketch in the morning, but as I have a 9-to-5 job, I sometimes don't get the luxury of a warm-up sketch. It's a good question though. Ben says, well, he did say he wanted to stream for 4 hours. Yeah, I've got my supplies. Gonna have one actually. Go for D says, so you're giving yourself 2 weeks to do this month's redraw because you know what that's happening in. Go for Dude. I'm actually giving myself longer. I started writing the redraw last week, along with the other videos for the start of this week, because it's Friday, so kind of last week. So, in that note, I've already started writing it out, and I've gotten to the point of where the first submission that gets picked when the submissions close will be added. And I do apologise. I'm going to eat a cookie on screen while drawing. If you're getting hungry,
go grab a cookie.
Grab yourself a cookie or sort of something. But yeah.
You've been unbanned from the cookie.
And go for Dude. That is that kind of artistic kid. They are here. They've just got not 100% at the moment. So if you hear coughing or something, that's them.
It's me dying. Not literally YouTube. I'm not actually dying.
Also, go for Dude. I see you're telling me off. I was supposed to do a warm-up drawing of Loki 3 live streams ago, and
I love that he's keeping it.
I haven't actually done it yet. I will probably have to do a bonus video with a sketch of Loki. But yes. I'm sorry, don't kill me. Ben says, is that a shell on the Fourarms Kaiju's back? Kinda. It's kind of like a mass of muscle and shell with spikes coming out of it.
I don't know what I've done for my Christmas redraw thingy. I forgot what you called it.
A Discordian Christmas.
Discordian Christmas. I need to stop. Christmas. Because I've kind of just gone off the rails.
Oh.
Yeah, it looks decent, but
Time for a quick.
Ben says, you mean don't sacrifice me to Loki? They can't sacrifice me to Loki. I drew him, I'll erase him. Robotic artist says, got myself a cocktail. Oh, got myself a cookie. Thought it was cocktail then. No, got yourself a cookie. Awesome.
Both would be fun.
Make it a YouTube short, not a bonus video. It might be a small 2-minute video, to be honest, Loki. Yeah. To be honest, Loki, because it's you, I'm going to draw Loki. It might be a 2-minute video. It won't be anything long. It'll just be a short. In that regards. Oh, have we done this? Wow, that went wrong. I did not actually think through the track this would have to do. That's better. Tegan asks, do you know D'Artagnan and the Musker Hounds? Sorry for her. Oh, possibly. I do know there was an animated D'Artagnan and the Three Musketeers when I was growing up, so it's probably something similar to that. Go for Dude says, Dempsey, are you eating something? How could you? Yes, I am. It's literally 1 o'clock in the morning over here. I need something to keep me going.
Evox is not behind me, I'm sorry, but I'm let down on a sofa. Unless Evox is in the sofa.
And Ben says, could you fuse Danny Phantom with Ben 10? Possibly. I'm trying to think of something where I can fuse multiple characters if I'm going to do an episode like that. So we can take like Ben 10, Danny Phantom, we might take I don't know, Scooby-Doo and Bob the Builder.
Scooby-Doo and Daphne.
No.
Why? You're terrifying.
Different genres they got to be from.
Oh. Scooby-Doo and the Headless Horseman.
That'd be funny. Headless Dude. Oh, you getting yours out now?
Yeah. You have Cookie, I have Cookie, we all have Cookie.
Everybody has Cookie but Go for Dude by the sounds of things.
Yes, and if you look at my Historian Christmas version, we have Cookie.
Well, I will have a look at that when I get around to looking at that. Go for Dude suggests an Attack on Titan video. That would be quite cool, actually. It's not a bad idea, that one. Would like to do something Attack on Titan wise at some point. Maybe we should do something Adam's Family related, because Wednesday came out recently. But I kind of feel I've missed the bandwagon for that. It's been out a little while. Ben says, so like what Popcross did with his first Mortal Kombat video. Oh, was that the... I thought his first one was fusing all of them together from a series.
That is a big fusion then. Bakugo X Max Steel, X Danny Phantom, X Ben 10, X Bruno, X Eon, X Goku, X R.
Do you want to add in Ichigo Kurosaki for Bleach as well on that one? But you know, that's quite a good fusion combination. And Go for Dude says, I want a cookie. I've got a cookie, but you're not having it.
And I have color cookies.
Sorry, Go for Dude. I'm afraid this time you're not having a cookie. How long have we been going for?
3 hours.
3 hours. Cool.
Hour of that.
Well, at least an hour to go. Be interesting to see what we get done in an hour. Interesting to see how many people are still here in an hour. Go for Dude goes, you son of a gun. Give we the cookie. Go for Dude, you can probably buy one before I can send you one. And
No, so just go to Target.
And Tegan says, your art style looks amazing. Thank you. It's a lot of stuff I've learned over the years, which I'm happy to share with people if they're interested in knowing my process as I go along. It does take a little bit of practice over time, but the general principle is the same as what spoiler alert, same what Popcross uses. In fact, the same as what any artist uses, depending on what they do. I'm just fusing multiple styles into this lately. So to make it stand out more, it's line weight, adding more on the flats for a gradient value and more colours, and then it's just the shadows and the lights on the top when we get to that point. But yeah, it's kind of a interesting one. I kind of want him to have white armour just to match the design, because we want him to match the design to a degree. Like with the Ripjaws Kaiju, we kind of matched the designing more closely on that one. When we got to those bits, it was just a case of I don't want to give him completely black legs though. I might change that colour up a little bit. Oh, where did I go up there? Okay, come back down here. Okay, that kind of works. Maybe it shouldn't be quite so. Let's find that just off-white. There we go. I want a slightly off-white colour for it to make it stand out more. Let's move that layer above. That one's just fine. I do want to add the eye colour in because it's the main. Oh, I missed a bit. I do find it interesting when I miss bits on a large piece like this. Right, what can we do for this bit? Kind of like the eye colour on this now. Oh, I know what I need to do. That might actually look quite cool. Do you need to get a drink over there? You don't sound it. This is where I kind of like do what I want to do on the design, and not what anyone else thinks. Are you coughing to the music now? Oh. Might have to tone how bright that colour is down a bit, but I can sort that out in a minute. Kind of having fun with this bit, adding a bit of extra colour into this, just to give it a. Tegan asks, at that kind of artistic kid, are you okay?
No.
Long answer, no.
Long answer, no. Short answer, no.
Unfortunately, there's a cold flu-like bug going around, and I think that kind of artistic kid has got the nasty cold version that's going around, but a lot of people have been getting the other one, and it's been, as we say in the UK, making people drop like flies, or not actually dropping dead, but just taking them out of commission, or knocking them for 6, which means knocking them for 6 means basically knocking them off their feet, taking it all out of them. Got the generation gap there. Never had that one before. Oh my god,
I'm
what?
sorry, I'm young.
I think everybody can relate. I think I've been fending off a cold so far, so currently touch wood. I'm avoiding it. Right, that looks quite cool, but that's too bright a colour. That looks better. What's everybody doing while we're creating this illustration? Other than eating cookies. Sorry, Go for Dude. That kind of artistic kid is currently dying. Die quietly? That's the phrase we use, especially as a parent. And robotic artists are saying currently walking around their basement, that's their art area. Mine's a corner of my front room. So mine's literally, the front room slowly gets taken over, and this is the kind of like new painted background drop to make it look a bit more with messy wall paint, as I've been told. So yeah. Yeah, I need to tidy a few bits up, but the main bulk of it was done, enough for the streams and stuff, which is quite cool. Apparently I have to. What colour do we want for these bits sticking out? Will this work? I'll find out if this works. If this works, it'll be quite cool. If it doesn't, it's going to look horrible. Oh, that looks horrible. Maybe? Let's add the other colour bits in and see what happens, because I've got them on the layer. I'll change all the colour afterwards if it looks that scary. So everybody leaves the stream now that I've done that bit. Nobody leave the stream, but if you haven't liked it, please like the stream.
2 people have.
I've killed 2 people with that colour. Well, I put that like cream colour on around where the bone bit's going to be to see what it looks like, and then 2 people have died on the stream. Apparently, 2 people left, so I killed 2 people that colour. No, it's fine. I appreciate it's getting late for some people where they are, but I'm going to continue until I get as much of this done as possible. I can play with the colours in a little bit. Just need to make sure all the bits we're going to use are on here put together. And I'll look at the chat in just a second, guys.
They're telling you to have a tea.
Milk? No. Go for 2 says Cookie Chew. Is that your new Pokemon? Cookie Chew, I want to eat you.
Go first.
What's Gopher done? More cookies?
No, it's go for chew. No.
It's
Right.
Cookie Chew.
Cookie chew. My brain's confuzzled.
It seems it.
I know I'm defying the laws of being British, but I don't actually really like tea.
I gotta say, I can drink tea, but I don't drink it very often.
I think coffee's a lot better.
Oh, he's one of them. Coffee monster.
It's not impossible to be British and not like tea.
Did someone put that's impossible?
Go for it. The majority of Brits that you... Yeah, so do I. I hate tea as well.
Needs to be.
Strepsils are not doing anything.
Did you take the ones in the cupboard? You had a whole soother, that's not the ones that'll do it. You want the ones in the cupboard where the plate is. That big box that we got, you want one of them. You don't crunch it either. No, I'm just saying, you don't crunch those ones. I suggest if you need one, go get one now. Because you can only have one every 4 hours or so.
No,
It's got anaesthetic in it, it'll help your throat. Helps to numb your throat a bit. I finally decided what I want to do with the legs on this slightly. Taking inspiration out of dinosaur for the tail bit too. Kind of need to do that up the back of the tail. What do you guys think of this so far? I will change that bone colour of the character bit because that's cool. Tegan says that they like the illustration so far. That's awesome. I am definitely experimenting with these colours a little bit to try and ooh. I like that. That kind of works. Although I do feel that my live streams lately have just been purple, red, black and yellowy oranges after doing the Helmon ones. But it kind of ties in with this character. So anyway, that being said, I think that's it for the flats, for the flat parts of the flats. Right, let's get the oh. Let's fix that bit in a minute. In fact, let's fix that now. That's better. I haven't picked up the purpley talons, or spikes, whatever you want to call them. Check I've got everything. Cool. But this is the interesting bit for people. If you're using a red colour and that, and you want to go back to sort of like do the shadows, you want to head wherever you are on the colour wheel. I'm showing this. You want to head to the purple. So when I take this colour here, and we're right here, if we want to actually make it more shadowy, we come the closest route to purple. So we'll come down a bit towards the purple. I just want it to be more of the darker shape, and then we'll just bring it down a bit. And when I use my airbrush on the next layer, I can shade in what looks more like a natural shadow to the colour to create this kind of like gradient effect on it, which works really well. So I'm basically creating a cooler shadow because it's gone to the purples than what I would have had previously. I just add this vaguely over a few areas. Obviously shrink the size of the brush for the areas that you want to just make sure. And then the same, you go back to the original colour. You want to make it sort of like the highlights, you go the opposite way, so you go the longer way around to the purple, and you move it up in colour a little bit. You've probably got a bit more leeway to go forwards on this. And then on your layer, if you're using a soft brush, you get to make sure the opacity is low enough, and you can just add in highlights to give a bit of a feel to the illustration. You just pick where you want the highlights to go. Also gives quite a comic feel to it, kind of like the character belongs in a comic book at the moment. I'll add all the extra highlights and rendered bits. We just pick out where your light source is coming from. So for me, it's coming from the top left of the illustration down. I mean, it looks right here, but it's left to me, so it's coming down from this side on the picture. So where the highlight bits are going on, and it just helps bring part of the illustration to life. You just pick out the few areas that you have bits. I also found some I need fixed, which is another perk of doing this. But yeah, you just pick out the bits that you want to fix, and then that's how it goes. And doing it on a new layer means that I can always get back to the original base colour or selection. But I do need to add that in a minute, so I can merge that down to this one. Go back to my automatic selection, and we'll do the purple bits next. Just get this to highlight all our claws and talons and spikes. And it's the exact same process, even though it's purple, you go down towards the blues. And it starts giving you that darker blend of colour. And I find being zoomed out actually helps a little bit on this part. Just because you can kind of see the bits where you want to emphasize the shadows a bit more of the overall picture. And then again, you go back to it, you go the other way around, more to the pinks, and you lighten them up, so you get this kind of nice gradient effect on the spikes. Just got to bear in mind what areas would be in the shadows and what wouldn't be in the shadows for you to pick them out a bit better. And also don't forget to not miss a selection out. But these would mainly be darker with a very slight hint. That's already starting to come to life a bit more. And it's just repeating the process. Select the colours that you want to use. Get your base colour and follow it around to the respective colour. Just pretty much work through it. Ben says, is that every Demon Podcast design just outside your window? No, but there's a yellow car. And Tegan asks, why do I think that's supposed to be picture, the Fourarms Kaiju, being a kind of bodyguard. Yeah, he kind of gives that feel off from it. I mean, there's nothing to say the Fourarms Kaiju can't be, because...
Loki's bodyguard.
Well, it's not even that. It's some kaiju are actually more good than evil. Just gotta sort that. I'll sort music out in a second, guys. I'm just having to sort this bit out because I want to just get this a little bit of the highlight section through. Yeah, I'm continuing watching. Play more. Cool. It's really weird to think that we're only about halfway through this. We haven't even hit the proper light and shadows that I do on the illustration yet. Robotic artist says looks great so far, thank you. And Ben says on the head it reminds me of Weybix. Yeah, it is kind of like that. Maybe I've created my own fusion kaiju at the moment. But either way, it's all good. And the trick with the lower opacity is it just gives you that little... You don't put too much on. I mean, I know I'm doing the shadows, so I want quite a fair bit here to emphasize some of these shadowy areas. But when I go to the highlighted color, which is more towards the lighter blues, I want to drop that back down a bit so that the bits I do end up picking up for a highlight get just the right amount. Yeah, done with most of these, to be honest. And Ben says last year Popcross turned cryptics into kaiju. I believe he did, which is quite cool. He turns cryptics, I turn Ben 10 aliens into kaiju. Although I'm doing mine live and he probably did his in a video with a nice piece of lore. But it's still all good. Cool, so the one thing I really want to sort out, the eyes. Darker. lighter. And then it needs to go lighter. Okay, I think that's the main bulk of the colours done for this one. So what we're doing is fine. We've still got another half hour, we can do a bit more. That's not a problem, Tegan. If you do, thank you for watching the stream. It's about the same time here. It's 1:36 now, but do appreciate you joining the stream, and yeah, hope you enjoyed it. The rest of the stream will be probably going for at least another half an hour, possibly. If I do go longer than that, it'll be to finish this off, but yeah. Having a lot of fun with this at the moment. Speaking of a lot of fun, here's one of the more interesting bits with texture. Woo! Bring a bit more of the highlight back from that darker layer. I find this bit adds a bit of a extra depth to the illustration. Makes it just stand out a bit more before I do the next step, which is my light and shadows using 2 hard layers at 50%, another overlay layer, and an add layer, and I'll swap between that one and that one. Robotic Artist says, have we decided on a name? Not yet. We'll figure that out as we go along in a little bit. And Tegan says, good night, and thank you for joining the stream. And we've got 6 viewers currently, I think. Which isn't too bad. I'm going to have to leave you for 2 minutes in the hands of that kind of artistic kid while I take a quick break a second, but I'll leave the music going. And I shall be back in 2 minutes and we'll continue the rest of this illustration. So bear with me, folks.
Guys, if you could be any Marvel or DC character, who would you be? Robotic Artist says Batman. That's, yeah, Batman's pretty cool to be honest. Or Hulk. Yeah, Hulk would be cool, but imagine trying to fit into an elevator. That would be a bit fun. Alright guys, Dempsey's back.
I'm back. Squishing my way into the art area. Sorry about that, guys. Although I did think we had a power cut because I was in the other room. The music had stopped in here for a brief second with the internet, and the light died on me. So I was like, this is still going. But I'm glad the stream is still going, which is awesome. And we'll start adding the extra illustration bits on. I think I'm going to take a just save a JPEG of this before we do the next step. Just so that we've got a snapshot of where we are, and we're going to start adding the detail onto the face. So I think we want to make sure we've got, I'm going to zoom right in for this detail. We're going to add as much as we possibly can on this piece. Do me a favour. Turn the heating up a notch.
Okay.
Thank you. Getting to that time of night, it's getting a bit nippy and chilly here. Or should I say the time of the morning, it's getting nippy and chilly here.
22.
Is the flame light on?
Yeah.
Cool.
The flaming light was on for 19.
Yeah, no, it needs to be on higher for it to be. It's a bit cold over in the UK at the moment. If you're not well, it doesn't count. Trying to figure out where all of these effects need to go. The face, we want to add some. Make sure we've got some textures in there. Yeah, we're going to add some more onto these bits under here as well, just the shadows be. I'm just trying to think where the bumpy texture of the skin would kind of pick up a few bits of it, so it's... I mean, the hole inside of the mouth is going to be pretty much... around a feedback. Suppose we've had who's your favourite Ben 10 alien? Who's your favourite Ben 10 villain? Well, I just slowly add some souls to the eyes of this kaiju. Assuming people are still here and listening. It could be a case of people... Ah! We have an answer. Robotic Artist says... Albito or Vilgax. Kyber is a good runner-up. Yeah, Kyber was a good one. I think... Kyber was a bit of what I would have liked Dr. Animo to have been, really, once he got the Omnitrix and took some of the aliens and created those weird alien characters. I kind of wish Kyber was... Dr. Animo was more like Kyber in that regard. Shadow around the bottom half here to be able to be worth it. Doctor... Oh yes, and Dr. Animo, how could I forget about that brilliant madman? Yes, that was definitely one of the more interesting bad guys. I mean, there's loads of more. You've got the that Knights of the... Was it Knights of the Forever Round or whatever it was? The Knights that were the opposite of the plumbers in a sense. They're taking alien tech to use for their own means rather than policing the aliens. I'm gonna start bringing this face together a bit more. Cool, so not far off the 4-hour mark, but still going, which is quite good. No idea who's left or not.
No one.
No one?
Nope, still two.
No, I meant who's left in there.
Oh.
Let's work on this one. I think we've still got you, Dr. Robotico. Oh, Dr. Robotico? Huh, where I get that name from? Robotic Artist is still here. Yeah, Robotic Artist saying, I'm here. Appreciate you still being in the stream. Robotic Artist says, been here since the beginning. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, because that's actually means a lot when you live stream, with someone sticking through as much as they can, or as close to the end as they can get to. And I'm glad you're having a fun time. I'm not sure how many are left. Don't know if Gopher still here or they've disappeared. I know Koi was doing some stuff and just will be in and out of the stream. But we've got 6 viewers at the moment, 19 likes. That's a good good place to be. Yeah, the details for the kaiju kind of like elements. I want to get a few more details on the face done, just so we've got a bit more detail on these features. Oh, that makes such a difference though. The minute you kind of like add these light and shadows, it completely changes the look and feel of it. This kind of like looks like it's just coming together nicely now. So let's finish up this top bit of the the mohawk. It's the kind of like, I don't know, an axe type thing on his head. Best make sure I don't have the fill layer on when I'm actually colouring the section in the selection. Kind of change the colour everything that I've got appearing, which is a bit of a slight difference. Looks like a demon. Oh my, so good. Yeah, it's definitely got that creepy kaiju kind of feeling to it, doesn't it? Cross between a demon and a kaiju, kind of looking like a Tetramand.
It'll bring you to your Demaiju.
Oh my god, did you really just do that?
Yes, I did.
That was
You
worse.
made a bad pun earlier, I'm allowed to.
I made a bad pun earlier
Yeah,
because
you
you're
did.
allowed. Oh, fair enough. I'll let you off on that one.
I don't remember what the pun was, but I know you made it. I will search through this 3-hour.
4 hour.
No, for me it says 3.
Just wait for it.
Someone else.
Oh good, not the. Oh, sorry. Oh god, not the puns. Yeah, I think we killed somebody. Someone's disappeared, but
No, it still says 3 hours.
it won't in 3 minutes.
No,
Are you arguing semantics with me?
yeah, I am, because it's not.
Okay.
Oh god, not the puns. You don't want to meet me then. Everything I say I see golden pun. I think I'm so funny.
Oh, please don't Scove run away from the screen. Can you stop now?
On the screen.
From the stream. So, 1, 2, 3. I wonder who the 5th person is. If you're about, be sure to say hi. Let us know if you're still here. I know Robotic Artist is still here, which we completely appreciate because they've been here since the start of the stream, and it looks like they're going to do their best to be here at the end of the stream. Which I truly appreciate, especially on such a long stream that we're doing tonight.
11 messages, I think it's pretty clear robotics still here.
I'm always here. Yep. Nice. Alright. But I do know I definitely need to have a look at what this so-called December redraw is on Pop Cross's thing later. Because it's been mentioned a few times in the stream and I'm like, I want to see it, I want to see it. And I'm like, yeah, it's got to be something venomized. It's not Venom. Oh. Well, it's not Mecha, man.
You mentioned it in the stream.
Did I?
But I'm not gonna tell you even if you say it.
Design your own Pokemon for an SCP series. No, I didn't say that one. I'm kind of curious what it is now. Oh, I want to know, but I also don't want to be told. Before people start putting it in the chat. Hey, oh, question.
Robotics, don't spill anything about the prompt. Or you're banned from cookies. Again.
Hang on. There we go. So, Robotic Artist says, hey, if you had the Omnitrix, what would you do with it? I'd probably be like Ben 10 doing a superhero thing, but I'd spend a lot of time using the alien abilities to wind people up. Just because I'm a big kid at heart and I'd love to do some of the just crazy fun stuff that you can get away with doing while you're an alien. It wasn't me, the alien did it. I didn't break the speed barrier. I wasn't driving. I was running. The name's Accelerate. Bye. Gone. Stuff like that. It's fun stuff. Might need to think of a faster way to colour in future. Well, I got a faster way, but it's not as detailed. It's amazing how long these take, and it's like you knock 2 or 3 of these videos out a week with several drawings. Like, yep. I know these are probably more detailed than what I do on those other videos sometimes, but you think we're at about the 4 hour mark, and I'm only on the working through now the lights and the shadows of it. Think Christmas. You in the back, what's your answer? Also, that's funny. Yes, it never was Caden. Well, that kind of artistic kid. What is your answer to, if you're the Omnitrix, what would you do with it?
I'd eat it.
I don't even know how to respond to that answer. That's...
I'd stop everyone.
Wait, how can Popcross do a December redraw about Christmas when he did one just about Christmas?
Because he doesn't want to be too good.
Huh? No, but for Popcross, think Christmas. Is that for what he's done now? Or... Yes, robotic artist, he did... They did just say they would eat the Omnitrix. To what I would say is their stomach or intestines would become aliens.
No, I think I'd just continuously swap between them.
You wouldn't.
Without control.
You've eaten it. You wouldn't swap between them. You've just eaten the world's most advanced communication alien device. God, you can see the difference, can't you? Robotic artist says, well, unlike you guys, I would use it for ... evil. Someone had to. Right, that's on that. That's on that. I'm just wondering if I can get, now that we've got the majority of this done, I can kind of cheat by doing a larger area of it for the selections, because I've got the most detail on the face, which is where I want it, so I should in theory be able to do a larger area of this for the details I want in without actually losing any quality on some of these. Yeah, I'm glad you can agree. You can see the difference. When you've got the flat colours and you've got these shadows on, it comes to life a lot better. Just need to figure out where some of these light and shadow bits actually need to coexist properly.
Yeah, no, you know how you said you wanted to do one of Doctor's and
Yeah?
You're gonna want to do this one.
You stop teasing me!
No.
What do you mean, no? When's the deadline for it?
23rd December.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I have time to do that. I have my busiest thing to be done before that. I will have to have my redraw finished edited and stuff by the 23rd. So my busiest thing is the December redraw. So we'll see. I might be able to enter it. If I can, it'll be awesome. I might just make the time to do it. Huh? What, to do it? What, is prompts pretty difficult? Really?
Yeah.
How can it be difficult to do a prompt? Well, actually, no, I say that. I've seen some of the prompts that could be quite tricky. I want to know now. Hmm? You're enjoying it, aren't you?
How do you just draw random squiggles and it comes out looking well?
Robotic Artist says, now this is how you spend a Friday night watching a stream of creator artist in my basement and in the bed I put down here nothing better, not sarcasm. No, I appreciate it, but it read out wrong when I was reading it. It sounded like you kidnapped me and stuck me in your basement. the way it read, it was like
Oh.
now this is how you spend a Friday night watching a stream of a great artist in my basement. It's like
And in the bed I put down there.
it's like you've kidnapped me. That's quite funny. Oh, that's made me chuckle. Yeah, I agree.
Another live stream. Dempsey's been stolen.
Yeah, I got stolen in the Nexum stream as well. That was quite fun. I will eventually be getting my narrators to be doing a stream each on stuff that's related to them. So, for example, it's like Nexum would be doing a mech armor stream, and Dino Dinoclaw would be dinosaurs, and so on and so forth. And I'd actually put the voice on for the whole stream. The easy ones to do are Nexum and Ehrenfold because their voices are super easy for me to do, even if people don't like them as such in the room because it embarrasses them. Yeah, no one important.
Excuse me. No, I'm the reason your channel blew up.
Why are you the reason my channel blew up?
Actually, Discord blew up.
Oh, my disc.
Everyone wanted to witness my sacrifice.
Yeah, that was just random.
Without me, your Discord would be nothing.
Yeah, my Discord would be fine.
Yeah. With 60 less people.
With 60 less people. But there'd still be more than 5 people, I think. I don't know how many people are on the Discord now. I can only do Australian kind of accent. That's better than what I can do 9 times out of 10.
Okay, Ronald Cornelius III is here.
Hey, Ronald Cornelius, welcome. Yeah, this is looking awesome at the moment. I'm working on the shadows around. I'm kind of like doing a whole section at a time now instead of little bits. But yeah, I've kind of gone in for detail on the face to make that stand out more than anything else. So it's looking kind of cool. So we're getting there. We may just leave it at the character done today, and then just I'll create a background at a later point and just drop it in or something. But if we do the character, we'll have a form of rim lighting or something on it by the end of the day, I think. I mean, it's only like 2:15 in the morning in the UK, so I will be asleep for most of the morning, but that's not a problem. Just trying to get a lot of this.
I will not be because I've been waking up at 5 recently.
Yeah, you're gonna sleep through. Were you waking up at 5 after going to sleep at 2 AM?
Well, I don't know.
That's a nope.
Yeah, it's 9:15 in the US.
Yeah. Depends what part of the US you're in too.
It's 5 hours past, so are you in Canada?
It depends. If you're in like the Toronto area, it's going to be like 7 o'clock in the evening. So that's the East Coast, so I would assume...
I'm gonna pretend like I know where PA is.
What, Eastern Standard Time? In PA. Reading. We got a Reading like 4 hours down the road from us in the UK.
You know that says Reading.
Reading and Reading are kind of like... They're written the same.
Okay.
Yes.
I kind of thought it would be R-E-D-D-I-N-G. Reading.
No, it's
Reading.
not like wedding. Right, let's add some of these details in the highlights and see if we can sort this out a little bit.
Oh my god, someone knows the... Go up to 6.
Yeah, that's when Cornelius joined, Ronald Cornelius. It's quite cool. I'm not sure how long anyone joining will stay. We are quite a way through this, but it's nice that people are still joining and they're regulars. It's really nice when people just join the stream. I mean,
About 4 of the 6 have been here since.
that's awesome then if 4 out of 6 have been from the start. To be honest, if I get one person stay the whole stream, I'm happy. If I get a person stay for as much of the stream as they can do before they've got to go, I'm still happy. It's just like... it doesn't take much to keep me happy on the streams. And obviously, depending on the content of what you're drawing and doing, it depends on how many people watch it and stay. So it does vary. And I'm still a relatively small channel. I know I've got 2,200 subscribers last time I checked.
2.2.
2.2, yeah, 2,200. I think I got 2,200.
No, 2.2.
Yeah, well, it's 2,205 or something like that.
No, I mean 2.2.
Okay.
As in 2.2.
Oh, I only got 2.2 subs.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm never going to get monetized.
4.2 in person.
You're really mean tonight.
Yeah, but the pop course really quite cool, to be honest.
It may be pretty cool, but will you stop going on about it for 5 minutes? So I can actually do the picture, because I have to watch that afterwards. Robotic Eyes goes, well, I'm newer, but I love this kind of art. I do appreciate it. It's
Yeah, I'm sick. Be nice to me.
he's sick, he's poorly.
Yeah, so be nice to me. Because I'm dying. That wasn't timed. I'm not gonna help.
Have a drink. Keep your fluids up. Have the throat stuff and get some sleep in a little while. Although I am trying something completely different here. See if we're going to make or break this illustration. That's the quick way of doing half the body. Highlight the face a bit more of that. Just to. It's too much. There. Okay, so the next step. I think we should have a bright blue colour. Is to do the rim lighting on the character. Robotic Artist goes, what would you do if you were a morsel? If I was a morsel and I never aged, I'd do everything I wanted. Everything. I'd just figure it out and do it. I'd also, if I didn't need to sleep, stream for hundreds of hours straight and watch people go stir crazy how I haven't keeled over yet.
Not gonna lie, I'd probably like be jumping off of Mount Everest as a hobby, just to see how long it takes me to get down. See if I can beat my high score.
I'm immortal. Let's go!
I'm a morsel. Let's jump off Mount Everest.
4 hours later, splat, get up, climb up again for another 50 hours. Let's go again. 3 hours later, broke my record.
It's a way to pass time.
Past time?
Yeah.
Past everything. Right, let's put this
Right, no, I
on.
can pass everything because I won't pass. I can beat that.
Right, let's start. Looks weird when I start doing this rim lighting on it, even if I'm not fully in the light lines that I want to be in.
I think I just found a Loki fanboy.
I tried to make a cult and become the ultimate leader of the world. Oh, you and Gopher Dude are going to get on so well if you join the Discord. In fact, you don't even have to join the Discord. If Gopher Dude comes back at any point and you just say you want to do a cult, he'll point you to Loki, the cult master. Here. And you have to read that in a gravelly voice.
Gravelly.
Okay, gravelly voice, yeah. I pronounce things how I read them, you know that. That's why I'm so terrible at names.
I mean, you can see the word Caitlin and say Catalan.
Yes.
Catalan.
If I'm drunk, I'll just go. Not that I drink very often.
You can say Catherine.
Bob. Catherine's now promoted to Bob. Just Bob. Boba Fett. So I'm gonna get that bit there. That needs to have it here. Just get these bits slightly. Here slightly. So that's
Why does it look like really excessive because of how neon it is?
oh, that'll change in a minute. You use a really bright. So to answer your question, why it looks so neon excessive with what we've got here, this isn't the final opacity of the layer. So you'd use a really bright colour so you can see the contrast in the shadow for what you're drawing and where it's going, and then you turn it to like a light and colour layer or a overlay layer, and you just drop the opacity down. You can even do it on the normal layer, just drop the opacity down, and then it becomes like a subtle rim light around the picture, which is quite cool. But you always go for where the shadow's the darkest to put the rim light effect. Pro tip there. Robotic Artist says, did you know that I've made my own gods and goddesses? No, I didn't, but that's pretty cool. I have been asked to do a mythology gods and goddess one on the channel at some point, but it's deciding what abilities the gods and goddesses have.
I think I asked you to do that in 2021 style.
Yeah, it's not as easy. You asked me to take existing ones or something, or take things and make them into them. That's when you're in the phase of all the Greek stuff, wasn't it? Yeah, which is cool, and I like them, but you also have to.
I used to be able to read hieroglyphs.
You also have to actually figure them out right in terms of balancing the powers for the story. Otherwise, they'll just be super overpowered.
Yeah, wait, hang on. I saw your gods and goddesses in one of your art channel things.
What, on our Discord?
Yeah, I think. Because I remember seeing the one.
Are you on our Discord, Robotic Artist?
Maybe. Hang on a minute. I'm gonna try to find this.
They might have a completely different Discord name.
Yeah, maybe.
Livid knows of the goddess. No, but you plan to be. Awesome. Well, there is a link in the description of this video, and there's a link in most of my videos, as well as on the channel banner. So, when you eventually do join, that'll be awesome.
Where do I recognize them in the Livestreams?
No idea.
Oh, that's just confused me.
I'm not worried about these lines being perfect for this bit, because this is a form of lighting. It doesn't have to match every line perfectly. Gives a bit more of a natural effect. It just needs to be enough to... Don't get me wrong, if I was going for pure aesthetics, I'd have it matching exactly where I want it perfectly and all that. But I'm thinking I want a bit more of a natural kind of bouncing off the spikes and body on this one. That makes a bit more sense. So even though lights will go, the specular will get picked up in the right spots, I kind of want to just add my own Gesundheit. So weird doing a no background on this one at the moment, but I might do a background. We are getting close to the end of the actual main illustration, just figuring out what we've got to do for the background image, because we had the boat at sea for the last one, so it's figuring out what we have on this one.
Why don't you do stood on a rock with a burning furnace?
Maybe. We'll see once I've done this bit out, because this is going to be we're near the end of the actual rim light element. Which looks quite cool like that. And then we just go lighten the colour and drop the opacity right down just enough to accentuate a few elements. And that's the entire character. Get rid of that layer now. Another layer above that.
Why does the blue not look? Wait. I don't know, like you can't really see it.
That's the whole idea.
Then why'd you do it?
Because that's answering the question why have we got the blue light. That's with blue light, that's without blue light. It adds a little extra depth to the illustration. Right, I'll tell you what, I'm going to do an abstract background for this one. Okay, and what we're going to do is we're going to go it'd be similar to the Dino Dinosaur one in a sense, but try and tweak it a bit. Here. So that to be more like DNA strands.
Do the Ben 10
Hmm?
Ben 10.
You want the Ben 10 logo in it?
Yeah.
I can try. Alright, that can be an add layer, so it's brighter, and that can have a Gaussian blur. That one can be, is it Illusion.
Whoa.
What I've got now?
Why doesn't it look right?
What at the moment?
Yeah, like the big circles and small circles, they just look a bit right. So it's they might fade to the middle part of the circles.
I'll sort something in a minute for that. So this looks in a bit. Okay, maybe if I can. That looks quite interesting. Quite like that one. What do you think of that? I might have to add a do something with a layer in a second. Potentially get an extra layer in here and go. Does it need the white line around it or not, do you reckon?
Yeah.
What do you guys reckon? Do we need the white line around it? If anybody's left, quite cool if we could get the white line around it. But what do you guys think? With it, without it, with it, without it. I think it probably does need it. I need to adjust the setting. I'll tell you what, we'll leave it there for now, and I'll do the white line outside of it. But that's our finished. This is our finished Forearms as a kaiju in our Ben 10 Kaiju live stream. So really pleased how this one came out, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. Whoever's left, have you got any questions or anything before we call it a night, or are you ready to finish after this 4.5 hour live stream and pick up on the next live stream that we do? Yeah, I'm quite pleased with how that one came out, and I'll post that on the channel a bit later. Team white line. Does that mean we should do a white line before I call it a night? Should I just retract my last statement and let's add the white line? Okay, we're going for a bit longer. We're going to add the white line. So we're going to just add the white line round to finish this off. And then we'll call it a night or a morning after we've done that. Just need to give this kind of like a glow line around to make the character stand out a little bit from the background. And then yeah, Forearms as a kaiju will be done. If you're just joining, welcome to the stream. We'll be finishing up shortly, but be sure to check it out when the say shortly, probably about 10 minutes, but be sure to check it out on the channel once it's done. It'd be quite cool if one day I got raided, properly raided, like loads of people. Quite fun. Yeah, I think just because of the contrast in colours, the white line kind of helps bring it out. It was so much fun doing this one actually. This was I didn't even have a game plan going into this one. I just knew kind of like the pose of that reference image that we've used on the bottom of the screen, and yeah, just went with it really. Nearly there with this one. I say nearly there with this one. We've got a little bit more to do, but it's getting there. And tomorrow I'll probably update the thumbnail on this, so if you see the thumbnail change on the live stream from the one when we started this with the blue background and forearms to kind of like this version with the reference image as a small picture, feel free to watch it again if you want to, but it's literally just updating the image to show this kaiju version that we've got. One of the things about lives is because you're filming it live and that, sometimes when it's art, your thumbnail needs to be updated afterwards to match what you've drawn. But that also has its benefits. It kind of like attracts people to have a look at it a bit more afterwards, which is quite cool as well. Oh, the music stopped. Let's get music on for the last few minutes. A second, I'm just going to sort something out. Cool. Get the music to come back on. Wonder how long that's disappeared for. It's been a while. Oh well, we'll get a bit of music at the end. The reward for sticking with the stream for so long. And Robotic Artist says, I'm right here and just want to say it's been an absolute pleasure being here from start to finish. It's been an absolute pleasure having you here from the start to finish. I have to say I'm relatively new to live streams this year. I've done a few on the channel, but I really just started them off I think it was a couple of months ago. I've just been doing them on a regular basis really and just building it up. But I do think it's fun creating something with input from people in the community. It's nice to have this kind of like collective illustration that's done. I think if I did the series and I designed them myself and did the kaiju, that'd be one thing, but coming up with the input and suggestions that people have, some of the suggestions and like try this or do this, things I'd never think of really. Yeah, I think it's gone rather well for a Friday night stream. As I said earlier on in the stream, there will be bonus live streams coming up, or at least one live stream each week. In December I'm going to try and hit every Wednesday for a live stream if I'm about. That is subject to change via work, but currently I'm aiming to do at least one a week on a Monday or a Friday and one on a Wednesday. So it could end up being Wednesdays and Fridays in December are live stream nights. I'm not sure yet, but we shall see, because I do want to do the regular videos as well. Okay, that is our finished illustration. And we got our first advert right at the end, but that's fine, I'm not worried about that. Let's pause that. Let's save this. And this is our finished Fourarms Kaiju. Yeah, I'm really pleased with that. So, whoever's made it to the end, I know Robotic Artist has. Thank you so much for joining the stream. It's been a lot of fun with all the guys that managed to join in and be here. And yeah, And we'll finish it on a high note. Robotic Artist says, looks amazing. Really glad you like how this one came out. Anyway, I'm going to end the stream, so thank you so much for watching, and I will see you next time.